Chapter 31:11. Just in time. Immortal Lord 3Chi laughed loudly. The gourd beneath him suddenly spewed out a stream of clear spring water. After that, it transformed into a vast ocean that gushed toward Lucifer and the other four. In an instant, the intoxicating fragrance of wine permeated the air. To the immortals, it might just be the fragrance of wine. But to the 5 devil monarchs, this vast sea of wine was like poison, causing them to feel dizzy and their movements to slow down. Now, Immortal Lord Dragon Rider and Immortal Lord Water acted in unison. The golden dragon on Immortal Lord 3Chi's neck expanded countless times and let out a deafening roar as it rushed toward Lucifer. An immortal sword that seemed to be made of water was spat out from Immortal Lord Water's mouth. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 4, expanding at an exponential speed. In less than half a breath's time, the sword rain accompanied by Immortal Lord 3Chi's sea of wine enveloped the 5 devil monarchs. Is this the means of an immortal lord? The millions of immortals on Azura planet stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. They didn't stand against the 3 immortal lords, hence, they couldn't sense how dangerous it was. Just the aura they felt was extremely terrifying. Break for me! The 5 devil monarchs roared in anger. They didn't have any other methods. Terrifying devil chi enveloped their bodies as they transformed into their true forms. Lucifer's 8 pairs of wings were fully unfurled. The muscles on his body bulged and the devil chi transformed into a long sword. He held it in his hand and directly slashed out at the golden dragon. The other 4 devil monarchs also unleashed their innate technique. However, their innate techniques were all related to their physical bodies. The devil race was proficient in body refinement, and this was fully displayed at this moment. Bang bang bang! The sea of wine shattered. Immortal Lord Water's sword rain was also destroyed. However, the devil monarchs didn't have it easy. They retreated over 10 steps, and only Lucifer screamed in pain. His black longsword hadn't even slashed the golden dragon when he was sent flying by the combined forces of Immortal Lord Dragon Rider and the golden dragon. A clear footprint could be seen on his chest. This was the first exchange of blows. The devil race seemed to be at a disadvantage. This instantly caused the morale of the immortals on Azura planet to soar. 5 isn't enough. Send over 10 more. Hex coldly stared at Immortal Lord Dragon Rider and the other 2 as he calmly spoke. Yes. The Bloodpool Demon Lord nodded. Then, he pointed at a dozen other Demon Lords. Although the dozen Demon Lords were reluctant, they did not dare to raise any objections. They flew out and joined forces with Lucifer and Dawnlight to attack the 3 immortal lords. At this moment, the arrogance of the devil race crushed the 3 immortal monarchs. A dozen against 3 was not fair in the first place. Although there were strong and weak ones among them, there were a few whose auras were not weaker than dragon-riding immortal monarch. This is not good. This is not a fair fight. The invasion of the demon race is a war, not a competition. There is no such thing as fairness or unfairness. I wonder if Senior Ning has come out of seclusion. One day is almost up, right? The immortals of the various realms looked at the All-Heavens Talisman with grave expressions. If the 3 of us join forces, we might be able to block 3 to 5 of their attacks. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord immediately transmitted his voice. The 3 of them quickly reached a tacit understanding. With grave expressions, they used their strongest defensive methods, preparing to block the attacks of the dozen or so demon monarchs. They couldn't retreat, because if they did, the millions of immortals behind them would be killed by the attacks of the demon monarch. The eyes of the immortals on Azura planet gradually revealed a hint of nervousness as they gulped down their saliva with great difficulty. They didn't know if the 3 immortal monarchs would be able to block the attacks of the demon monarch. Boom! It was as though comets had collided. Terrifying aftershocks gushed out toward the immortals and demons. For an instant, everyone felt as though the end of the world had arrived. A raging wind gusted. All the buildings in the entire Azura sacred city were uprooted. Ting Kong and the other Grand Unity immortal sovereigns were sent flying by the aftershock. However, the three immortal monarchs bore the brunt of the impact. Hence, the Grand Unity immortals soon stabilized themselves and executed immortal arts to protect the millions of immortals. Although their formation was somewhat messed up by the aftershocks, at least, no one was injured. Time seemed to have frozen for an instant. Immediately after, the three immortal monarchs coughed out a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. As for the devil race's side, they were completely fine. They looked at the three of them with mocking eyes. Let alone 3 to 5 attacks. The three of them joined forces but couldn't even block a single attack from the demon monarchs. Not good. The three immortal monarchs seemed to be heavily injured. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. They didn't expect that with just a single move, the Devil Race's immortal monarchs would be able to heavily injure dragon-riding immortal monarch and the other two Grand Unity immortals. If that was the case, how should they fight the next battle? The comments in the livestream room fell silent. Immortal slaying sword formation set. A clear voice reverberated through the heavens and earth. Immediately after, the four immortal slaying swords soared into the air and floated in all directions, protecting the entire Azura planet. 3 immortal monarchs, leave the rest to me. Ning-Chi clasped his hands and smiled at the three of them. When dragon-riding immortal monarch and the other two Grand Unity immortals saw Ning-Chi's appearance, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Dao friend Ning, I'll leave it to you then. Rainwater immortal monarch solemnly spoke. After that, he sat cross-legged in the air and started to regulate his breathing and recuperate. Dragon-riding immortal monarch and the 3 Chi immortal monarch followed suit. Senior Ning? Boss has come out from his seclusion. Luckily, our Azura planet isn't completely defenseless. Everyone's expressions became agitated. In the live stream room, which originally had very few comments, countless comments instantly appeared. When the immortals from the various worlds saw Ning-Chi's appearance, their expressions stirred. Over at the Langya Immortal region, Yunqing, Qindong, as well as the trusted subordinates of the Langya Immortal Emperor, were all seated together. Their gazes when they looked at the All-Heaven Talisman had no emotions at all. It was as though the death of all the immortals on Azura planet had nothing to do with them. Only when Ning-Chi appeared did their eyes flicker with a hint of emotion. It's him. Qindong's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred. This ancient immortal is called Ning Beixian, right? Up till now, he is the only ancient immortal who came out to participate in this war. Could it be that the other ancient immortals are all cowards? An immortal monarch calmly spoke. The aura from him was even stronger than immortal monarch dragon riding and the others. He was the #1 trusted subordinate of the Langya Immortal Emperor, Waterway Immortal Monarch. He was only half a step away from entering the Emperor realm. The number of people who died isn't enough. If more people die, they should be able to come out. Yunqing Immortal Monarch calmly spoke. Luckily, you guys were forced out of Azura planet by Ning Beixian. If not, you guys would also be in danger. An immortal monarch had a smile that was not a smile on his face. The expressions of Yunqing and Qindong instantly changed. They coldly snorted and no longer spoke. To them, that punch was simply an unerasable humiliation. Only by using Ning-Chi's blood would they be able to wash away this humiliation. Chapter 31:12. Lord Hex, it's him. Bloodpool Demon Monarch said solemnly. Ever since Ning-Chi appeared and set up the immortal slaying sword formation, Lucifer, Dawnlight and the other demon monarchs didn't make any other moves. They all looked at Ning-Chi with vigilance. Lucifer was the most terrified among them as he saw Ning-Chi kill demon monarch Lu Yun with his own eyes. Not to mention the fact that Ning-Chi had killed his brother. Even if Ning-Chi had killed his father, wife, or entire family, he still wouldn't be stupid enough to seek revenge. He could only quietly look at Demon Emperor Hex from the corner of his eyes to see what he was planning. Then what are you waiting for? If you don't find out more about him, don't come back to the Devil Sky Immortal Domain. Hex snorted coldly, and then her figure moved and disappeared on the spot. The demon monarchs were startled and their expressions turned extremely ugly. A dignified demon monarch was actually afraid of following in the footsteps of demon monarch Lu Yun and Dawn Light and left so decisively? Leaving them, the demon lords, here? In fact, Hex didn't leave. Instead, he cast some kind of spell and hid in the void. He was looking at Ning Qi with a cold gaze. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Ning Qi walked up to the void and sat down cross-legged. In an instant, boundless sword will surged out from the 4 celestial slaying swords, filling the space between heaven and earth. Even the eyelids of Immortal Riding Dragon and the other 2 immortal kings twitched, and they could not help but look at Ning Qi. What sword formation is this? Lin Shui Immortal was slightly stunned. He specialized in swordsmanship. The great Tao that was born from his Tao fruit was also the Tao of swordsmanship. His understanding of swordsmanship could be ranked in the top 5 in the celestial world. However, the aura of the 4 immortal slaying swords made the sword intent in his body tremble. It was as if a prey had encountered a hunter. Only the difference in quality could create such an illusion. What a terrifying sword intent! Ting Kong stared blankly at the 4 flying swords. Each flying sword gave him the feeling of being as heavy as a mountain. Just their aura alone was already so terrifying. If they were to really attack him, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack. All of you come at me together. As long as you can take half a step into Azura Planet, it will be considered my loss. Ning Qi smiled at Lucifer and the other demon monarchs. He then slowly closed his eyes and placed his hands on his knees. He actually didn't take any defensive measures. Taking half a step into the Azura Planet would be considered his loss? These words shocked both immortals and demons. Big Brother Ning is so domineering. I think that this sword array is definitely extraordinary, otherwise how could Big Brother Ning be so confident? Ji Wei looked at Ning Qi with admiration. Ji Yunfei nodded, her cheeks blushing. Patriarch Deviant Heart and the other Primordial Unity immortals exchanged looks. They felt that Ning Qi seemed to be overestimating himself. Could 4 flying swords resist dozens of fiend lords with his eyes closed? Could it be a bluff? Dragon Riding Immortal Lord's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. He suspected that Ning Qi was planning to use this method to scare off this group of demons. The Bloodpool Demon Monarch had the same idea as the Immortal Riding Dragon Monarch. After a few moments of silence, the Bloodpool Demon Monarch suddenly roared, 1,000,000 demons, kill! Kill, kill, kill! The Primordial Unity True Devils who were long unable to endure their hunger were the first to respond. They led their impatient subordinates and rushed toward Azura Planet. In an instant, a black mass of demons dyed the sky black like ink as they extended toward the immortals on Azura Planet. They didn't know that they had become a tool for probing. They thought that the Bloodpool Demon Monarch and the others brought them to Azura Planet because they wanted to launch an all-out attack on the ancient heavenly court. The expressions of Ting Kong and the other Primordial Unity immortals drastically changed. They roared, "All immortals listen up, kill all these demons!" Fear, bewilderment, fear, all sorts of emotions instantly vanished. At this moment, there was only a single goal in the eyes of all the immortals. Kill the demons. Now that things had come to this, they could only cast aside life and death. Only then would they have a chance of survival. The auras of both immortals and demons instantly rose to the peak. Lucifer, Dawn, and the other devil monarchs weren't in a hurry to act. They returned to the side of the Bloodpool Demon Monarch and the others. They wanted to see if they could use these low-level demons to probe the strength of their opponent. There was no need for them to risk their lives. Just at the instant the million-strong devil army rushed into Azura Planet, before Ting Kong and the other immortals acted, The four immortal slaying swords had already acted. The terrifying sword Qi was like a cutting machine, directly rushing into the million-strong devil army. In every breath of time, it would reap the lives of over 10,000 devils. Regardless of low-level devils or powerful generals like the primordial Unity True Devils, they were all like tofu before the four immortal slaying swords. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Fresh blood dyed the sky red. Ting Kong and the others stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. Their eyes flashed with disbelief. What sword formation was this? They only saw the devils turning into corpses one after another, falling from the sky. Half the sky was dyed red because of the blood mist. Other than corpses, there really wasn't a single devil who had the chance to step into Azura planet. The Raindrop Immortal Lord stared dumbfoundedly at the four immortal slaying swords. He subconsciously glanced at the dragon-riding Immortal Lord and the three Qi Immortal Lord. He only saw a hint of shock in their eyes. I didn't expect Dao Frenning to have such a method. The dragon-riding Immortal Lord involuntarily sighed. A heavy look flashed in the three Qi Immortal Lord's eyes. Right now they are just minions. Those tens of devil monarchs haven't acted yet. I wonder if Dao Frenning's sword formation is useful against them. The immortal slaying sword formation was like the gates of hell, blocking the devils. As long as the million-strong devil army entered, they would die without a doubt. Finally, some devils changed their train of thought and planned to attack from another direction. However, their speed wasn't worth a mention when compared to the four immortal slaying swords. No matter which path they took, the four immortal slaying swords would be able to arrive in time and kill them. From the start till the end, Ning Qi still maintained his meditative posture, sitting cross-legged in the air, using his own strength to obstruct the million-strong devil army. The live stream rooms in the all heavens were in an uproar. Many posts also appeared on the forums, discussing the immortal slaying sword formation that Ning Qi had set up. Senior Ning is truly one man holding the pass against 10,000 enemies. What a terrifying sword formation! I saw several primordial Unity True Devils being killed before they could even execute a single move. Who still dares to say that Senior Ning is a spy of the devil race? In this short period of time, Senior Ning should have killed at least 80,000 devils, if not 100,000, right? Everyone, don't be happy too early. Those devil monarchs haven't acted yet. These are just the appetizers. That's true. The devil monarchs are the crux of this battle. Also, there's a devil emperor hiding in the dark, eyeing them covetously. The situation on Azura planet doesn't look too optimistic. Chapter 31:13 Ancestral Star Mystic Sword Sect. Hundreds of thousands of Mystic Sword Sect disciples were watching the scene projected from the various heavenly talismans in the hands of their respective elders. These disciples were amazed by Ning Qi's methods, and their eyes were filled with admiration and excitement. However, some of the older elders had a strange look on their faces when they saw the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Immortal Execution Sword formation, Senior Ning, is this the Immortal Execution Sword formation that you cultivated back then? The Sword Elder looked excited as he muttered to himself. Many of the peak leaders and elders around him looked at the Sword Elder. Sword Elder, the Senior Ning you're talking about, are you referring to? An elder's eyes were filled with doubt, as if he had thought of something. That's right, it's Senior Ning Qi. The Sword Elder nodded as a hint of mockery flashed across his eyes. Many years ago, he studied the Immortal Execution Sword formation and was ridiculed for not doing his job properly. In the end, he left the Ancestral Star, and there has been no news of him until now. However, no one would have thought that the Immortal Execution Sword formation could unleash such terrifying power in the hands of Junior Ning, right? After a pause, he pointed to the scene in the live broadcast room, which was the scene of the Immortal Execution Sword piercing through several Tai True demons. That sword was left behind by senior brother Ning. Martial nephew Ning obtained it from the sword house during the 3 trials. Everyone's expression immediately shook, and their gazes became incomparably strange. Looking at the exterminating immortal sword that shuttled back and forth among the fiend clans, and every time it took away the lives of countless fiend clans, a trace of regret gradually appeared in their hearts. It should be known that the sword had stayed in the sword house for a very, very long time, but no one had looked at it. Such a great opportunity had passed by just like that. It was truly unbearable. Heaven Dao Pavilion. The elders of the 9 great clans gathered together and looked at the scene in the live broadcast room with a solemn expression. This sword formation is a little familiar. One of the elders said slowly. It looks a little like the immortal execution sword formation of the ancient times. The other old man nodded. Jiang Tiance looked coldly at the sight of Ning Qi sitting cross-legged in the void and said, I never thought that the ancient immortals would be so patient this time, only sending such a remnant of an ancient immortal. I wonder if they would still be so calm when the demons reach the homeworld. Jiang Tiance, who knows how many mortals and immortals in the world of immortals will die if that happens? Even if Patriarch Jiang Tianshu manages to suppress the demons, the world of immortals will suffer great losses. Is it worth it? An elder of the Ji family said with a frown. Why wouldn't it be worth it? As long as we can lure those rats out, it's worth it even if we give the entire celestial world to the demon race. You must remember that our foundation is not in this world, but in the divine Luo world. Jiang Tiance snorted coldly. When the elders heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. The Blood Pool Demon Lord and the others watched the scene before them expressionlessly. Even the death of countless demons could not stir their emotions. Bloodpool Demon Monarch, at this rate, the million demon army will all be dead in 10 minutes. Ning Beixian hasn't taken out that gourd at all. We can't get anything out of him, Qi Yumo said with a frown. When the demon monarchs heard this, their eyes turned solemn. Their true mission this time was to test Ning Qi's strength. If they couldn't even get anything out of the million demon army, they would definitely have to do it themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves to Demon Emperor Yen Sr. Let's do it. With over 40 demon monarchs attacking together, we'll definitely be able to force out his trump card. By then, we'll just have to see who's unlucky. A demon monarch said calmly. It's better to get the pain over with. I agree. There are still hundreds of thousands of people down there. With the addition of us, we might be able to find out more about this kid without having to die. Lucifer Dawnlight's eyes flickered. He was afraid that the Bloodpool Demon Lord would ask them to attack again. Instead of that, they might as well drag the other demon monarchs into this. That way, if Ning Qi took out the immortal slaying gourd, they might not be the ones to die. All right then. At this point in time, there's no need for all of you to hold back. Bring out your strongest techniques. The Bloodpool Demon Lord said calmly. They're attacking. Those demon monarchs are coming. The eyes of the immortals on Azura planet stiffened as they glanced at the Bloodpool Demon Lord and the others. They saw over 10 demon monarchs stepping through the air, moving towards Azura planet step by step. The morale of the devil race that was originally low instantly surged when they saw this scene. The comments in the live broadcast also stopped at this moment. Everyone was very nervous as they stared at the scene. A terrifying pressure radiated from the Bloodpool Demon Lord and the others. The formless pressure caused the immortals on Azura planet to feel a sense of suffocation. As the demon monarchs got closer, this feeling grew stronger and stronger. I wonder if Dao Friend Ning can block them. The dragon-riding immortal and the other two exchanged mutual glances, feeling a sense of nervousness in their hearts. Success or failure depended on this. Over 40 demon monarchs stepped into the immortal slaying sword formation at the same time. The four immortal slaying swords that were frenziedly killing the ordinary devils suddenly turned and transformed into a beam of light, shooting towards the Bloodpool Demon Lord and the others with lightning speed. The demon monarchs are here to help us. Kill them! This brat is the eye of the formation. Once we kill him, the sword formation will be broken. The other devils instantly obtained a chance to catch a breather. They rushed towards Ning Chi like madmen. Quick! Protect Senior Ning! Ting Kong and the other Tai devils immediately reacted. They soared into the air and attacked the group of devils. In the end, before they could rush over, a gigantic yin-yang diagram descended from the sky, killing hundreds of devils. Even the Tai true devils were injured by this attack. Little Yer and Zuoling appeared on the left and right of Ning Chi. They had solemn expressions as they stared at the devil army that kept on rushing over. After that, Li Macho, Xue Ling, Duan Ingjun, Dongfang Haojie, and the other upper echelons of the War God Hall all appeared around Ning Chi. They stood in the air, protecting Ning Chi in the center. One figure after another sprang into the sky. They were all disciples of the divine god of battle. Their expressions were stern, without the slightest hint of fear in their eyes. Even when facing demons whose cultivation was significantly higher than theirs, they had never been intimidated. In addition, Ting Kong and the other Tai immortals perfectly protected Ning Chi from being attacked by the devil race. In fact, even if Ning Chi sat where he was and let the devil race beat him up, it would not be easy to kill him. Seeing that Ning Chi was protected, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they focused their attention on the 40 demon monarch. However, the four immortal slaying swords were like beautiful auroras that passed through the bodies of the Bloodpool Demon Lord and the others. When everyone's attention was on them, they could only see the four immortal slaying swords going in and out of the bodies of the demon monarchs. Chapter 31:14. What's going on? Did I see wrongly? Did I see wrongly? Maybe you didn't see wrongly because I saw it too, regardless of whether it was the viewers in the live broadcast room or the immortals on the Azura planet. They were all frightened by this scene. They all sucked in a cold breath of air. Even the devil race that was charging towards Ning Chi subconsciously stopped and turned to look at the Bloodpool Devil Monarch and the others. At this moment, both sides didn't choose to attack. They all retracted their attacks in tacit agreement. Why? Lucifer Chengwang stared at Ning Chi, but his eyes were gradually dimming. His body was pierced by the immortal slaying four swords, and there were hundreds of bloody holes. Fresh blood was flowing out from them. These injuries weren't ordinary external injuries. Even with the powerful body of a devil monarch, he could only temporarily hold on. He didn't die on the spot. It was just that he wasn't far from death. He was just half a step away. I don't want to die. Chi-Yuma let out an unwilling roar. I still want to conquer the immortal world and contribute to my Chi-Yu race. How can I die here? His roar seemed to have exhausted the last bit of his strength. His eyes gradually turned turbid and his body seemed to be corroded by the wind. He turned into sand and gradually disappeared from the world. Pooh! 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 Numerous flowers of blood bloomed on the devil monarch's bodies like beautiful fireworks. Following Chi-Yuma's death, the second devil monarch also died. Then it was the third and the fourth. Old Ancestor will definitely take revenge for me. Before Lucifer Chengwang died, he stared at Ning Chi like he wanted to imprint Ning Chi's appearance into his soul. Tens of breaths later, all the devil monarchs turned into sand and dissipated from the world. Only the Bloodpool Devil Monarch still had his last breath. What sword formation is this? The Bloodpool Devil Monarch's lips moved slightly. His voice was weak, and even the immortals who were slightly further away couldn't hear him clearly. One could imagine that his life had already reached its end. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation. Ning Chi calmly said. Immortal Slaying Sword Formation, but I'm a devil? A look of confusion flashed in the Bloodpool Devil Monarch's eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and a light breeze blew past. His corpse also turned into sand and dissipated from the world. At this point, the 40-odd demon monarchs had all died under the immortal slaying sword formation. The world seemed to fall silent for a moment. There was no sound at all. Only the heavy breathing of both the immortal and the devil could be heard. Inconceivable, immortal monarch riding dragon and the other two exchanged glances. Ignoring their injuries, they stood up and looked at Ning-Chi. Among the 40-odd demon monarchs, there were several whose cultivation was on par with them, but they were so easily killed by the fairy-slaying sword formation. They did not even have the chance to attack. How could there be such a terrifying sword formation in this world? We won. We won. All of a sudden, an immortal began to dance with joy. Immediately afterward, the millions of immortals cheered in unison. As for the demons, their faces were ashen, and they couldn't say anything. Kill! Kill these demons! Seeing that all the demon lords were dead, the crowd recovered from their pleasant surprise. Someone roared, intending to take advantage of the situation and pursue. Wait! Ning-Chi slowly stood up. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless gazes fell on Ning-Chi. These gazes were filled with worship, respect, and excitement. Let me do it! Ning-Chi smiled. For this round, his contribution points had already exceeded 10 million. In order to deduce the third level of the 4 spiritual saint art, he would need at least 80 to 90 million contribution points. At the next instant, the immortal slaying 4 swords were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. They rushed into the devil army and with Ning-Chi as the center, a grand battle of harvesting started. Not a single devil could block a single strike from the immortal slaying 4 swords. When the devils saw this, how could they still have any battle intent? All of them fled in all directions, wanting to flee the Azura planet and return to the Devil Sky immortal realms. The devil monarchs were all dead, and the Grand Unity True Devil was almost dead as well. This battle was already a complete loss. However, when one of the devils discovered that there was a restrictive formation around them, there was no way for them to escape. A look of despair appeared on his face. We won this battle very thoroughly. Other than the 3 of us being injured, there aren't any casualties on the other side. After the dragon riding immortal lord and the other 2 set up the restrictive formation, they sat down cross-legged and watched as Ning-Chi roamed the devil army, harvesting the lives of the devils. It's all thanks to Dao Friend Ning's immortal slaying sword formation. If not, those devil monarchs would have been able to force him to reveal his trump card. That devil emperor earlier might be hiding nearby, preparing to act at any moment. The 3 addicts' immortal lord smiled as he turned his gaze to the void outside the Azura planet. In the void, Hex Devil Emperor stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Ning-Chi with an expressionless face. Earlier, when the Blood Pool Devil Monarch and the others were killed by the immortal slaying sword formation, he was truly shocked. But now that these devils died, to him, he didn't feel too much of a fluctuation in his emotions. For existences below the Devil Monarch level, they were all ants in his eyes. It didn't matter how many of them died. There were simply too many devil continents. The immortal slaying sword formation is truly invincible among the devil monarchs. However, emperors can easily break it if they want to. Hex coldly stared at Ning-Chi. He knew that Ning-Chi was the core of the formation. Given his methods, as long as he killed Ning-Chi, he would be able to break any sword formation. It's just that this time around, he originally wanted to probe Ning-Chi's trump cards. Clearly, he failed. As long as Ning-Chi didn't take out that gourd, he wouldn't dare to act. Although Hex was extremely proud, he also knew the disparity between him and Devil Emperor Hanbei. Even he died in Hanbei's hands, let alone him. When he thought of this, Hex no longer hesitated. He vanished from his location, completely giving up on the devil army that they treated as chess pieces. This one-sided massacre lasted for an entire day. Finally, after the final devil died, the 1,000,000 devil monarchs that the blood pool devil monarch brought this time were all dead. The battle also ended. Regardless of where the immortals were and what their cultivation bases were, as long as they watched this textbook battle through the broadcast channels, they would all feel a trace of admiration for Ning Qi in their hearts. Naturally, the situation in the Tiandao clan and the Langya immortal realm was very different. In my opinion, we should send someone to kill this brat to prevent him from becoming a huge threat in the future. An elder of the Tiandao clan slowly spoke. Do you want to go? Jiang Tiance glanced at that elder. Hee. That elder dryly laughed and shook his head. Go? What if he was ambushed by King Qingguang and the others? Chapter 31:15. After the battle, it was time to clean up the battlefield. The interspatial rings left behind by the dead demons contained a considerable amount of cultivation resources. However, Ning Qi did not care for those resources. He had already obtained the rings left behind by the Blood Pool Demon King and the others. When the immortals on Azura planet learned that Ning Qi had left the battlefield for them to clear, the immortals on Azura planet all had looks of joy on their faces. It was just that in the midst of clearing, if they encountered a target that the war god Hall fancied, they would automatically give up. After clearing the battlefield, every immortal could be considered to have made a small fortune. I'm rich. I'm rich. All the Dao friends on Azura planet are going to get rich. How envious! Brother Go, why aren't you guys grabbing some spoils of war? They'll all be snatched up later. The immortals in the livestream all felt extremely envious as their eyes turned red. Sadly, they weren't on Azura planet. If not, the spoils of war this time around would be so plentiful that their hands would go numb. Everyone is right. I'm going to get something too. That's it for today's live broadcast. See you next time. Guzi laughed out loud, turned off the live broadcast, and rushed to the Devil's Corpse with the other members of the live broadcast group. He didn't care how many spoils of war he would obtain. After all, ever since he started streaming, his net worth was no longer comparable to that of ordinary immortals. However, the spoils of war this time were of great significance. The three of you, let's split it evenly. Ning Qi divided the ring into 4 parts and gave one to each of them, regardless of who the owner of the ring was. How can we do that? We didn't even do anything. Immortal Lord 3 Qi smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Taoist Ning, this is what you deserve. Dragon riding Immortal sighed. Although he knew that the interspatial rings left behind by the Bloodpool Demon Monarch and the others probably contained a lot of cultivation resources that they plundered from the demonic sky immortal realm, and they could double their wealth with just one, he still resisted the temptation. If it wasn't for the 3 of you delaying for a day, most probably, not a single blade of grass would have been left on Azura planet. The 3 of you are the greatest contributors to this war. There's no need to argue with me, just take it. Ning Qi laughed. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Shui Immortal Sage took the interspatial ring and nodded to Ning Qi. Seeing this, Dragon Riding Immortal Master and Tri Qi Immortal Master had no choice but to take the interspatial rings. Their respect for Ning Qi rose in their hearts. After all, anyone else in Ning Qi's position might not be able to give them a fair share of the interspatial rings. That demon emperor should have left. Seeing that the 3 of them had put away the interspatial rings, Ning Qi suddenly raised his head to look at the void. They should have left. This time, the demon race didn't manage to probe out fellow Taoist Ning's trump cards. Which demon emperor would dare to act on their own? Aren't they afraid of following in the footsteps of Demon Emperor Hanbei and Demon Emperor Driftcloud? Water Drain Immortal Lord smiled. What a pity. Ning Qi sighed. From the beginning to the end, he had been waiting for the Demon Emperor to make a move. However, even after all the demons had died and everyone had finished distributing the spoils of war, the Demon Emperor still did not make a move. Clearly, he had left. However, Ning-Chi had gained quite a lot from the demon race's attack this time. His merit points had shot up to more than 20 million. The cultivation resources he obtained from the demon lords would also benefit the disciples of the War God Temple. After the battle ended, the immortals of the various sects also made a small fortune and left the Azura holy city in satisfaction. But before they left, Immortal Lord Dragon Rider reminded them that although the fiend race had suffered heavy losses this time, they didn't know when they would come again. They still couldn't let their guard down. This caused the immortals who were immersed in joy to have a trace of solemnity in their eyes. That's right, Dragon Riding Immortal was right. Although they had won this time, the demon race would definitely not leave the matter at that. No one knew when they would make a comeback. Shurasek. Ning-Chi went to the top cultivation training ground to recover the power he had lost after activating the immortal slaying sword formation. Then, he returned to his cave residence. Now I can have some peace for a while. Ning-Chi stood outside the cave residence and sighed. There were still more than 8 years to go for the advancement mission. After this battle, the demon race would probably not make any movements for 4 to 5 years. However, it was also possible that they would make a comeback the next day. However, the possibility of the latter was relatively low. Boss, they said they knew you. Is it true? Duan Ingjun arrived with a group of people. Beside him was Ji Shan, and behind him were Ji Yunfei and the others. Ji Shan seemed a little surprised. He did not expect Ji Yunfei and the others to be friends with Ning-Chi. After failing to persuade them, he asked Duan Ingjun to lead the way. Otherwise, ordinary immortals would not be able to reach Ning-Chi's cave residence at all. They would be stopped by the disciples of the War God Hall. Big Brother Ning. Ji Yunfei stepped forward and bowed. Her eyes flickered. She was afraid that Ning-Chi had forgotten about them. If that happened, she would embarrass herself in front of Ji Shan. Big Brother Ning, you didn't forget us, did you? Ji Wei and the others looked at Ning-Chi expectantly and fearfully. Ha ha ha, how could I forget? The last time we met was too rushed, and we did not have time to catch up. Now that the matter with the demon race has come to an end, you can stay here for dinner today. Ning-Chi smiled. That's great. I knew Big Brother Ning would not forget us. Ji Wei heaved a long sigh of relief in his heart. His face was full of excitement. Brother Ning really knows them? Ji Shan was a little surprised. Yes, I stayed on planet South Peak for a while. At that time, I lived in Yunfei's house. Ning-Chi smiled. Ji Shan was a little curious and asked Ning-Chi about how he met Ji Yunfei and the others. Ji Yunfei's face suddenly turned red. Ning-Chi smiled and said, speaking of which, Yunfei was still inexperienced and was betrayed by her friend to Ancestor Toad. I took the opportunity to rescue her. Ji Yunfei's face turned red. She wanted to defend herself but did not know what to say. After all, what Ning-Chi said was the truth. So that's how it is. Ji Shan suddenly understood. Next, Ning-Chi invited the 3 immortal monarchs, Ancestor Ting Kong and the other primordial unity immortals as a celebration banquet. After the banquet, Ning-Chi gave Ji Yunfei and the others some small gift. In their eyes, each of them was extremely precious and could be used for cultivation. This time, Ning-Chi gave the rings that he obtained from Bloodpool Demon Monarch and the others to Dongfang Haojie and let him distribute them according to his discretion. In the blink of an eye, more than 5 years had passed. During these 5 years, the border had become very peaceful. Not even a single demon race scout was seen. If it was not for the fact that the Demon Heaven Immortal Domain was still occupied by the demon race, it would have given people the illusion that the demon race had already withdrawn from the immortal world. However, everyone knew that this was impossible. The demon race had not made any movements for more than 5 years. They were probably preparing for an even more terrifying invasion. However, during these 5 years, the strength of the ancient Heavenly Court Immortal Domain had also increased. countless immortals were hot-blooded because of that battle and spontaneously went to the border to resist the demon race. Chapter 31:16. He's out of seclusion? Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly, and he instantly disappeared. In the void of the universe, an immortal boat was hurrying towards the ancient heavenly court. Li Xian and the sacred concubine stood together, holding the all-heavens talismans in their hands. They were checking on the major events in the immortal world that they had missed because they had been in seclusion all these years. Did Bei Xian really kill a demon lord? The saint concubine was a little surprised. She flipped through the posts several times, but couldn't find any concrete evidence. That's possible. There's no smoke without fire. Sister, look at this battle. Dozens of demon monarchs were killed by Bei Xian in the blink of an eye. Even the demon monarch that appeared before didn't make a move in the end. Clearly, he's afraid. Li Xian found a video of Ning Qi single-handedly killing 1,000,000 devil soldiers on Azura planet. However, she had to pay 50 heavenly coins just to watch it. Fang Qin and Fang Shu also came over and watched curiously. When they saw the terrifying might of the immortal eradication sword formation, their faces turned slightly pale, but they were extremely happy in their hearts. It was naturally good that Ning Qi was getting stronger and stronger, but they never expected that Ning Qi would already be strong to the point that he didn't take Devil Monarch-level existences seriously after only a few years in the immortal dimension. You guys are really messing around. A faint voice suddenly sounded from behind the four women. Fang Qin and Fang Shu were startled, and even the saint concubine and Li Xian were surprised. They naturally recognized Ning Qi's voice, but why would Ning Qi suddenly appear here? Bei Xian, you just returned from the Azura planet? Didn't Xian just send you a message? Saint Concubine Cold Sky exclaimed. That's right. Could it be such a coincidence that you guessed that we would come out of seclusion? Li Xian was also surprised. I have my own methods. Ning Qi laughed. It's just that you guys are really messing around. Do you think a place like the Azura planet is something you guys can go to? I heard that the border has been relatively stable these years. It's not as dangerous as it used to be. Li Xian laughed. Sacred Concubine Cold Sky smiled and nodded. We've stayed in the ancestral planet for a very long time and wanted to go out for a walk. Since Bei Xian is on Azura planet, we naturally chose Azura planet as well. Are you bored? Fine then, you can go to the Azura planet. But when the day the devil race truly invades, you guys can enter the void immortal hall and return to the ancestral planet. The sect leader of the Mystic sect once said that the safest place in the immortal world is the ancestral planet. Most probably, with that senior there, even if the devil race invades, they won't be able to do anything. To the ancestral star. Ning Qi nodded and said. The two girls naturally agreed with a smile. They did not plan to trouble Ning Qi, and if they really could not defeat the fiends, they would naturally return to the homeworld. This speed is too slow. I'll bring you over. The corners of Ning Qi's mouth lifted slightly. Too slow. Li Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. However, it did not take long for the four of them to arrive at Ning Qi's cave in the Azura sect. All of them were astonished. Ning Qi purposely placed another heaven talisman in his cave abode. It could be considered his alternate account. Over the past 5 years, he had also placed a few heaven talismans in dangerous places in the other immortal realms in case he needed to flee for his life. He even placed one in the central continent. 2. It could be said that no matter which celestial domain Ning Qi went to, he could arrive there in an instant. With such a divine ability, even ancient transformation realm patriarchs and third step almighties would find it difficult to compare. Perhaps only when he reached the fourth step could he freely teleport in the celestial world. Bei Xian, is this a celestial art? Teleportation? Li Xian was somewhat surprised. It can't be considered a celestial art. My contribution is definitely related to your junior brother. Ningqi smiled. Our Hut country? Li Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. After that, Ningqi brought the sacred concubine and the others out of the cave abode. When little Yu and the others saw that Fong Lingming had also arrived on Azura planet, they were naturally incomparably excited. The higher-ups of the War God Hall held a small welcoming banquet and only invited Immortal Lord Dragon Rider and the other two. After the news spread out, everyone in the Azura sect knew that Ningqi's wife had also arrived. Only now did many female disciples feel heartbroken. So it turned out that the fellow they secretly admired already had a wife. At the banquet, Ji Yunfei saw the sacred concubine who was chatting with the three immortal monarchs. A trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Ji Shan happened to notice this. He smiled and transmitted his voice. If you don't fight for it, you won't have any chance at all. If you fight for it, there's still a chance. Many thanks, Big Brother Ji. Ji Yunfei forced a smile and nodded in Ji Shan's direction. After the banquet ended, Ningqi and the sacred concubine returned to the cave abode. The entire night was filled with indescribable hums and groans. Time flowed by. Finally, one day, Ningqi discovered that his advancement mission of guarding the borders for 10 years was about to be completed. He was only 1 month away. During these few years when the sacred concubine came to Azura planet, there were still no movements from the devil race. Ningqi felt that his luck wasn't bad. However, there was also a point. Other than himself, no one else knew the conditions for Ningqi to advance to the Immortal Lord realm. If not, the devil race wouldn't have allowed the immortal realms of the ancient heavenly court to be so peaceful in order to sever his path of advancement. If the days can continue like this, it would truly be not bad. When the sun rose, Ningqi and the sacred concubine stood together on the mountain peak. They stared at the rising sun and involuntarily sighed. There was no killing. As long as he could be together with the person he liked, even a lifetime wouldn't be too long. Sadly, to Ningqi, this was merely an extravagant dream. He had too many things he had yet to do. In the future, when I find Shuer, Mother, and little Haotian, let's find a place to live in seclusion. What does the troubles of the world have to do with us? Ningqi looked at the sacred concubine and spoke seriously. Sure, but we have to give birth to more children or it would be too boring. The sacred concubine smiled and rubbed her stomach. Ningqi was slightly startled. Again? The sacred concubine lightly replied. These few years, you haven't had a single day or night. What do you mean by no day or night? It was unknown when Li Xian had appeared behind the two of them. Ningqi smiled. Nothing much, Ling Ming is pregnant again. Seems like it won't be long before. Elder sister, you're pregnant again? Li Xian directly interrupted Ningqi and pulled the sacred concubine over. From the looks of it, it was as though she was the one who was pregnant. She was much happier than the sacred concubine and Ningqi. If Haotian were here, she would definitely be very happy. After all, she might have a younger brother or sister. Ningqi couldn't help but look up into the sky, his eyes flashing coldly. If it hadn't been for that palm, little Haotian wouldn't have disappeared. Ningqi already knew who the owner of that palm was. Beep beep. Immortal Monarch Dragon Rider sent a message. Ningqi glanced at it, then turned to the sacred concubine and Li Xian. Take everyone from the War God Temple to the Void Immortal Temple. What's wrong? The demons are coming? Li Xian was slightly surprised. Chapter 31:17. The Langya Immortal Emperor is here? Li Xian and sacred concubine Cold Sky were stunned. After that, they flew toward little Ur and the others with heavy expressions. Many people had already guessed the Langya Immortal Emperor's stance during these years. This was especially so for those who were on Ningqi's side. However, There were still some immortals who believed in the Langya immortal emperor and felt that he was preparing some ultimate move to defend against the devil race. This time, the Langya immortal emperor suddenly came to Azura planet. Azura sect leader palace. Ting Kong and the other grand immortal sovereigns didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They stood in the corner of the palace. The Langya immortal emperor sat on the main seat and a group of immortal lords stood beside him. Cloud Ching immortal lord and Qin Dong immortal lord were among them, but their expressions were extremely gloomy. The last time they came to Azura planet, they were sent flying by a single punch from Ning Qi. If it was the Langya immortal emperor, they definitely wouldn't choose to come here unless they wanted to avenge their humiliation. Ancestor disloyal heart's gaze was mostly on Qin Dong. Sadly, Qin Dong didn't even glance at her. This caused her to feel somewhat disappointed. Dragon riding immortal lord and the other two stood before the Langya immortal emperor, recounting the events that happened at the border during these years. The Langya immortal emperor was expressionless. In the end, he nodded slightly and calmly asked, "Where is Ning Beixian? I've already sent a message to Dao friend Ning. He should be here." Dragon riding immortal lord said. In the depths of the three's eyes, a trace of unease could be seen. The Langya immortal emperor definitely had a purpose for suddenly coming here. It was just that they had no idea what it was. An immortal emperor is here, yet he is so arrogant. He doesn't know any etiquette at all. An immortal monarch next to immortal emperor Langya said coldly. This immortal monarch's cultivation base was no weaker than immortal monarch Dragon Rider and the others, but in truth, he was a rising star. He was much younger than immortal monarch Dragon Rider and the others. He was a trusted aide that immortal emperor Langya had nurtured over the years. However, the vast majority of the cultivation resources were naturally borne by the Tiandao clan. Langya immortal emperor, why did you come to Azura planet today? Ning Qi walked into the hall and glanced at the immortal monarch beside him before looking at the Langya immortal emperor. His expression was indifferent and he didn't bow. Ning Beixian. As soon as Yun Cheng and Qin Dong heard the voice, they looked at Ning Qi with resentment. The rest of the immortal lords looked at Ning Qi. This was their first time seeing Ning Qi. Previously, they had only seen Ning Qi's methods through the live broadcast. How dare you? How dare you not greet the Langya immortal emperor? You are originally a remnant of the ancient immortal clan and have a bounty on you. The immortal emperor is magnanimous. Seeing that you resisted the devil race, he didn't bicker with you. Are you going to take credit and be arrogant? The immortal lord spoke again. Forget it. Ning Qi laughed lightly. That's not the way to show off. Usually, it's used on people who are weaker than you. For a character like you, I've already killed you. Do you think it's useful to use it on me? That immortal monarch was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Then, he flew into a rage. However, his heart was filled with bewilderment. Judging from how calm Lin Fan was and how arrogant he was, it was obvious that he had some trump cards up his sleeve. Could it be that the rumors were true? That Lin Fan could really kill an emperor's stage existence? Chengda. The Langya immortal emperor glanced at that immortal monarch. Seeing this, that immortal monarch immediately lowered his head and stood at the side without saying a word. You must be Ning Beixian. You're indeed a dragon among men. With just the cultivation of a Tai true immortal, you were able to suppress the Azura battlefield and make the devil race suffer a loss. The Langya immortal emperor looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile. Immortal emperor, why don't you get straight to the point? I've received too many praises over the years. My ears have grown calluses. Ning Qi looked at the Langya immortal emperor indifferently. How arrogant! The immortal monarchs brought by the Langya immortal emperor glared at Ning Qi. However, the atmosphere in the palace was a little strange. This was because Ting Kong and the others were not afraid of being implicated by Ning Qi's words. Instead, they subconsciously glanced at the Langya immortal emperor and seriously thought, If the Langya Immortal Emperor wanted to punish Ningqi, would Ningqi kill the Langya Immortal Emperor like what he did to the Hanbei Devil Emperor? If that was the case, the entire immortal world would be shaken. Hee. It's true that I came here today to look for you. I'll get straight to the point. I've ordered these immortal monarchs to guard Azura planet. You follow me to a place. The Langya Immortal Emperor smiled. Follow you to a place? Ningqi started. The Langya Immortal Emperor smiled and nodded. Only those with the bloodline of the ancient immortal races can enter that place. Hence, I need to borrow your bloodline. However, I won't be lending it for free. I will give you benefits and also get these immortal monarchs to guard Azura planet. You don't have to worry that the devil race will invade after you leave. As he spoke until here, the Langya Immortal Emperor couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He was tricked by someone and rushed to that place from thousands of miles away. In the end, he discovered that he couldn't enter at all. Only those with the bloodline of the ancient immortal races could enter. The first person he thought of was Ningqi. He felt that he had already shown enough sincerity by personally making a trip here. It's better for you to leave. Just these immortal monarchs you brought over wouldn't be of any help to the overall situation. Ningqi shook his head. Dragon Rider Immortal and the others couldn't help but nod in their hearts. The immortal slaying sword formation that Ningqi displayed back then was already invincible among immortal monarchs, let alone the fact that he even had the means to kill immortal emperors. Bringing Ningqi away and leaving over 10 immortal monarchs to guard Azura planet? To think that the Langya Immortal Emperor actually thought of this. Truly. In the past, I begged the Langya Immortal Emperor, but he wasn't willing to help. Now, he even wants to bring away the strongest experts from the borders. What logic is this? He basically doesn't care about the war between immortals and devils. As Dragon Rider Immortal thought of this, his gaze turned cold when he looked at the Langya Immortal Emperor. Boom! A loud sound suddenly rang out from outside. The expressions of everyone instantly changed. What was going on? Why would there be such a commotion in the Azura sect for no reason? The Langya Immortal Emperor's lips curled up as he smiled at Ningqi. I know your personality is proud and aloof. Hence, I naturally made all the necessary preparations. How about it? Why don't you make a trip with me? Ningqi's expression gradually turned cold. The loud sound came from the mountain peak he was at. Langya, I initially thought that you would be smarter after the Tiandao clan made you a dog in charge of managing the immortal world. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Ningqi sighed. Stupid? The immortal monarchs brought over by the Langya Immortal Emperor stared at Ningqi in disbelief. This brat actually dared to say that the Langya Immortal Emperor was stupid? Even Jiang Hao died in my hands. You are just a dog, what do you think you are? Chapter 31:18. In that instant, Langya Immortal Emperor's originally unclear thoughts were straightened out. He saw with his own eyes who killed Jiang Hao. However, no one knew the identity of that great demon ape. Though there were rumors that it was Ningqi, Langya Immortal Emperor didn't believe it. Even his subordinates didn't believe such nonsense. But now that Ningqi said that Jiang Hao died in his hands, Langya Immortal Emperor had to take it seriously. The atmosphere in the hall became a little tense. Dragon Riding Immortal Master and the others suddenly turned and left. Langya Immortal Emperor just watched and didn't do anything to stop them. Soon, a few loud noises came from outside. Then, a group of people led by Dragon Riding Immortal Master and the others walked into the hall. Ningqi saw that sacred concubine Cold Sky and the others looked a little wretched. However, after a battle, thump, Dragon Riding Immortal Master threw a figure at Langya Immortal Emperor's feet. The figure's aura was very terrifying. Clearly, it was also an immortal lord. However, this immortal lord looked very wretched. Almost all his bones were broken. He looked like a pile of mud. Immortal Emperor, save me! the immortal lord let out a weak voice and looked at Langya immortal emperor pleadingly. Seeing this, the immortal lords beside Langya immortal emperor changed their expressions. However, without Langya immortal emperor's order, they didn't dare to act rashly. Today's matter clearly couldn't be resolved peacefully. Ling Ming, are you all right? Ning Qi looked at sacred concubine Cold Sky. Though she looked a little wretched, she didn't seem to be injured. Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Injun blocked it for me. Sacred concubine Cold Sky's voice was a little cold. She looked at Langya immortal emperor. Ning Qi looked around. Duan Ingjun was being supported by Duan Feifei. His aura was extremely weak. He was severely injured. However, his aura was weak but calm. His life wasn't in danger. He drank a jar of mortal song. He's fine for now. Immortal Master 3 Chi smiled. However, this kid's skin is very thick. He was able to block 50% of an early immortal lord's power. Otherwise, Taoist Ling Ming would be in danger. Thank you, Taoist 3 Chi, Ning Qi nodded. Then he looked at Ting Kong and the others standing in the corner. I remember that Shura sect accepted a disciple called Brother Go. Isn't he a big streamer on the All Heavens live broadcast platform? Exactly. Ting Kong carefully glanced at Langya immortal emperor before nodding towards Ning Qi. Call him over. Ning Qi said lightly. Okay. Ting Kong hesitated for a moment, then quickly left the hall. Everyone was a little confused by Ning Qi's actions. Calling a host over at this time, could it be that he wanted to broadcast today's events? Haha, what is fellow Taoist Ning planning to do? The Langya immortal emperor suddenly said with a smile. The immortal monarchs present suddenly discovered something strange. That was, the way the Langya immortal emperor addressed Ning Qi had changed. As he spoke, Langya immortal emperor gently waved his hand and a stream of immortal qi entered the immortal monarch's body. In an instant, the immortal monarch's body that had been severely injured by immortal monarch dragon riding and the other two immortal monarchs had mostly recovered. He hastily knelt to express his gratitude to Langya immortal emperor, then stood up and glared at immortal monarch dragon riding and the other two immortal monarch. Gaze. Won't you know what I'm going to do later? Are you very afraid now? Afraid that I will suddenly become like that day and kill you with one punch? That's why you don't dare to move. You know what I'm going to do, but you don't dare to move, right? Ning Qi smiled at Langya immortal emperor. His smile was very bright, but no one felt the slightest warmth from it. Instead, they felt an endless chill. What was Ning Qi saying? Even immortal monarch dragon riding and the other two immortal monarchs were a little confused. Deliberately mystifying. Immortal emperor, kill him! Immortal monarch Qing De bellowed angrily and looked at Langya immortal emperor. As long as the latter gave the order, he would immediately take action. Shut up! Langya immortal emperor glanced at immortal monarch Qing De and said indifferently. Me! Immortal monarch Qing De was dumbfounded. He did not know why Langya immortal emperor was so tolerant towards Ning Qi, but he still shut his mouth. A bad premonition suddenly rose in the hearts of the other immortal monarchs. Fellow Taoist Ning, this subordinate of mine acted on his own and did something that caused some misunderstanding. I apologize on his behalf. Langya immortal emperor suddenly stood up and cupped his fists at Ning Qi. Immortal emperor? The immortal monarch who was almost killed by immortal monarch dragon riding and the other two immortal monarchs looked at Langya immortal emperor in confusion. He was clearly acting on Langya immortal emperor's orders. His old ancestor disloyal heart and the others gasped. They did not expect Langya immortal emperor to be the first to admit defeat. What was going on? Ning Qi looked at Langya immortal emperor indifferently without saying a word. The scene became extremely awkward for a moment. Fellow Taoist Ning, I've seen the video of you killing the demon monarch. You don't have that kind of technique anymore, right? Langya immortal emperor's expression turned cold and he sat down again. Yes, I don't. Ning Qi nodded. Langya Immortal Emperor immediately let out a sigh of relief. However, he was still a little doubtful, as he was not sure if Ning Qi and the big ape monster were the same person. Senior Ning, I've brought him here. Ting Kong brought Brother Go into the hall. Brother Go looked a little excited as he looked at Ning Qi. However, his expression changed when he noticed that Immortal Monarch Dragon riding and the other two Immortal Monarchs were also there. Senior Ning, what do you want me to do? Brother Go went forward and asked in a low voice. Let me introduce you. This is Langya Immortal Emperor, the ruler of our immortal world in name. However, his actual identity is a dog raised by the heavenly Dao family. Ning Qi smiled. Brother Go inhaled a breath of cold air. He was first shocked by Langya Immortal Emperor's identity. After that, he was shocked by Ning Qi's words. Langya Immortal Emperor's expression turned gloomy. Ning Beixian, that's enough. You're just a grand unity immortal. I'm giving you some face and you want a foot after giving me an inch? When the devil race invaded, Langya Immortal Emperor was hiding somewhere. Today, he came to Azura planet to act against my family and good friend. Turn on your live broadcast. Today, I'm going to execute this person and return peace to the immortal world. Ning Qi smiled. Execute this person? Langya Immortal Emperor subconsciously raised his brows. He could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. The group of immortal monarchs he brought with him were even more agitated. Arrogant brat. Qin Dong couldn't help but roar. However, although Immortal Monarch Dragon riding and the other two Immortal Monarchs were shocked as well, their expressions calmed down after exchanging glances. They looked at Langya Immortal Emperor indifferently. They already knew that after today, there would be no Langya Immortal Emperor in the immortal world. Do you know what you just said? Langya Immortal Emperor spoke in a low voice. I'll give you one last chance. As long as you, the immortal slaying gourd shot out from the center of Ning Qi's brows. At this instant, Langya Immortal Emperor suddenly smelled a trace of death aura. He couldn't continue speaking. Chapter 31:19. Brother Go's live streaming room is open again? Wait, did you see the title? Live streaming the execution of Immortal Emperor Langya? Has Brother Go lost his mind? The person sitting in the middle has an extraordinary aura. Could he be the Immortal Emperor Langya that Brother Go mentioned? But who in the immortal world can execute Immortal Emperor Langya? That's just sensationalism. Brother Go's live streaming room set off a storm in the immortal world. The news spread like a plague. After the immortals received the news, they immediately took out their celestial talismans and entered Brother Go's live streaming room. At the same time, thousands of posts appeared on the celestial forum. Finally, some immortals from the Langya immortal domain were lucky enough to see Immortal Emperor Langya and recognized that the person in the live streaming room was indeed the Immortal Emperor himself. This time, the news exploded like a bomb in the sea. Can anyone tell me what's going on? The person in Brother Go's live streaming room is indeed Immortal Emperor Langya. Shocking. What's going on? Posts appeared one after another, but they were all pushed down by the posts that came after. The immortals from the Langya immortal domain were all very serious. They were not in the mood to talk at this moment. Instead, they stared at the live streaming room, wanting to know what was going on. The number of people online was 10 million, 50 million, 80 million. Soon, the number of people in Brother Go's live streaming room exceeded 100 million. This was just the start of the live streaming room, but there was still a steady stream of people streaming in. The number of people was increasing at a rapid speed. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the screen. This time, the Tiandao clan was alarmed again. Many members of the Tiandao clan took out their celestial talismans and looked at the scene in the live streaming room. After the immortal emperors from the various clans received the news, they gathered together with a solemn expression. What's going on? Executing Langya? He's the representative of the Tiandao clan in the immortal world. Who can execute him? An immortal emperor from the Meng clan coldly spoke. His gaze directly landed on the immortal emperors from the Ji clan. This was especially so for Ji Xianling. Everyone knew that Ning Qi, who was in the limelight on the Azura planet, was none other than Ji Xuanling's disciple. Don't be anxious. Let's see what's going on. Maybe this is just sensationalism, Ji Xianshu said calmly. Hearing this, everyone stopped talking. Their eyes fell on the live broadcast room, waiting for the next step of the matter. Ning Beixian, is this gourd your trump card? Immortal Emperor Langya said calmly. His eyes fell on the immortal slaying gourd, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. This was obviously a magic treasure, but even a top-grade Dao artifact could not threaten him. However, he felt a trace of the aura of death from this gourd. It is what I rely on. At the same time, it is also the demon head blade that will send you on your way. Ning Qi said indifferently. Brother Dog immediately took a few steps back, allowing Ning Qi and Immortal Emperor Langya to appear in the live broadcast room at the same time. The live broadcast room exploded again. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in shock. They didn't understand why Ning Qi would go against Immortal Emperor Langya. Both of them were immortals. How could they have sex during the Great War of the Immortal and Demon fight? However, most people were thinking about what Ning Qi had just said. Does Senior Ning really have the strength to kill an emperor? Could it be that Demon Emperor Hanbei really died in the Shura sect? I am a disciple of the Azura sect. I can prove that Senior Ning can indeed kill an immortal emperor. You didn't believe it before, but you can see it with your own eyes today. Brother, please wait a moment. Can you tell us what happened? Haha, it's very simple. There are also posts on the All Heavens forum. You can go and see for yourself. However, I'll tell you briefly. When the demon race invaded, not only did Immortal Emperor Langya not show up to help, but this time, he actually brought people to the Shura sect to cause trouble for Senior Ning. He even sent an Immortal Emperor to suppress Senior Ning's family and friends. You keep saying that Senior Ning is a spy, but I think Immortal Emperor Langya is the spy of the demon race. What? The immortals in the live broadcast room were very shocked. They all went to the All Heavens forum and saw a post in the name of the Shura sect. They could see what had happened after clicking on it. There was also an immortal emperor who fought in the Shura sect, but in the end, he was suppressed by the three immortal emperors together. Video. At this moment, those immortals who were already suspicious of Immortal Emperor Langya started to post posts to denounce him. Those immortals who were wavering and still had a glimmer of hope for Immortal Emperor Langya also stood against Immortal Emperor Langya. Only those who were loyal to Immortal Emperor Langya were still looking for various reasons to defend Immortal Emperor Langya. Immortal Emperor Langya defended himself. The immortal emperors in the Heavenly Dao clan also saw this post. Let Langya stay on the central planet. Don't worry about this great war between the immortals and demons, and don't wander around. Why did he go to the ancient heavenly court? I think this dog is already too disobedient. This time, we can use him to test Ning Beixuan's trump card. That gourd, I think it looks a little familiar. I remember a long time ago. Did Jiang Yu have such a gourd? You mean, everyone looked at each other and then shut up. Jiang Yu had already knelt down, and no one knew where he was until now. No one wanted to talk about what happened to him in the past. Today, no matter what Immortal Emperor Langya would do, they planned to change their spokesperson. Naturally, there was no need to raise a disobedient dog. Moreover, the current public opinion had gradually tarnished Immortal Emperor Langya's reputation. In fact, if it was in the era without the All-Heaven Talisman, Immortal Emperor Langya's reputation might not be so bad. Even if people had doubts, they would only tell a few of their friends. However, with the All-Heaven Talisman and the All-Heaven Forum, countless immortals, regardless of their cultivation level, could discuss and express their opinions. This caused immortal Emperor Lang Ye's reputation to fall to an extremely low point because he had been holed up all these years. The ghost-head saber that sent me on my way. Ning Beixian, don't go too far. Do you know who's backing me? Immortal Emperor Lang Ye said coldly. Starting to look for backing? Do those cowards from the Heavenly Dao clan dare to come out? The demon race has been invading for so many years. Why didn't they bring you with them to the Devil Heavenly Court? With your strength, you can solve this demon invasion in less than a month. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Immortal Emperor Lang Ye forced a smile and said, The Heavenly Dao clan has its own arrangements, and I have my own thoughts. What I do, an existence at your level doesn't understand, nor are you qualified to know. Since you and I don't see eye to eye today, then this is it. Goodbye. After saying that, Immortal Emperor Lang Ye stood up and planned to leave. I said, if I want to execute you, I'll execute you. Ning Qi said indifferently. Then, he cupped his hands and said, Treasure, please turn around. Chapter 31:20. Emperor Yunqing, Qin Dong, and the other immortal monarchs that Lang Ye Immortal Emperor had brought stared at the Emperor's head in disbelief. Lang Ye Immortal Emperor had died just like that? They weren't the only ones shocked. Even the immortals who had seen it with their own eyes were astounded. Many immortals hadn't seen the moment Lang Ye Immortal Emperor died because they had entered the live broadcast room too late. They only saw the steaming head on the ground and stomped their feet in regret. He's dead after all. Dragon Riding Immortal and the other two exchanged glances. Ting Kong and the other Shura sect elders looked at Lang Ye Immortal Emperor's corpse with mixed feelings. They had already expected this outcome. Plus, they had already been shocked by Ning Qi's killing of Hanbei Demon Emperor and were somewhat immune to it. Therefore, they weren't shocked today. Instead, they had mixed feelings. Lang Ye Immortal Emperor had dominated the immortal world for many years. Before the Tiandao family came into being, he was the only immortal emperor in the entire immortal world. He was respected everywhere. But now, he had died at Ning Qi's hands without even a chance to fight back. Hiss, hiss, there was only one word left on the live stream's bullet screen. In order to express their shock, the immortals from all over the world all gasped and posted a more popular word. Lang Ye Immortal Emperor's diehard fans couldn't believe their idol had died so easily. They all cursed at Ning Qi on the bullet screen. But Brother Go had a thought and banned all these accounts, forbidding them from entering his live broadcast room in the future. Lang Ye Immortal Emperor is dead. If you don't want to be the Tiandao family's lackey and contribute to the immortal world, then come to the ancient heavenly court. Remember, no egg can remain intact when the nest is overturned. Ning Qi said to Brother Go's all-heaven talisman and the countless immortals who were looking at him. You can turn off the live broadcast now. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, yes, everyone. Brother Go is turning off the live broadcast now. If there are any questions, Brother Go will organize a post and post it on the forum. After saying that to his fans, Guzi turned off the live broadcast. He looked at Ning Qi with respect and admiration in his eyes. Will you kneel, or do you want me to do it? Ning Qi looked at the immortal emperors brought by Lang Ye Immortal Emperor. Actually, he no longer had the strength to fight, but this group of immortal lords did not know that. They only knew that Ning Qi killed the Lang Ye Immortal Emperor. If he really attacked, they would definitely die. Moreover, the immortal slaying sword formation was still vivid in their minds. Yun Cheng and Qin Dong looked at each other and knelt before Ning Qi with a thud. They bowed their heads deeply and a trace of humiliation appeared on their faces. But for the sake of their lives, they would do anything even more humiliating. Plop. The other immortal lords knelt down one after another. Only Cheng the immortal lord looked at Ning Qi with a venomous look. You killed an Empyrean lord. The Tiandao family will not let you off. This kind of thing is not something someone of your level should worry about. Ning Qi said indifferently, since you are unwilling to kneel, the 3 immortal monarchs will have to work harder and kill this person. Wait. Cheng the immortal lord bellowed. Everyone thought that he was going to make a move, but he slowly bent his knees and fell to his knees with a thud. What a joke. One had to spend countless years to reach the immortal monarch realm. Since the Langya immortal emperor was already dead, there was basically no need for them to sacrifice their lives. The lives of immortal monarchs were incomparably precious. Swear a heavenly Tao blood oath to stay on Azura planet and resist the devil race. Fight to the death without retreating. Ning Qi calmly spoke. What? Qin Dong, Yun Cheng, Chengde, and the other immortal monarchs inclined their heads in astonishment. What's there to be unwilling if we can keep our lives? I don't have the time to watch over you guys. It's fine if you don't want to swear a heavenly Tao blood oath. Just send him on his way now. Ning Qi spoke impatiently. After a few breaths of silence, all the immortal monarchs chose to swear a heavenly Tao blood oath. They would die earlier or later. They would definitely choose the latter. 3 immortal monarchs, they just arrived here and aren't too familiar with this place yet. I'll have to trouble the 3 of you to help watch over them. Ning Qi smiled at Immortal Monarch Dragon Riding and the other 2. Sure. Immortal Monarch Dragon Riding smiled and nodded. This time, not only did they manage to kill the Tortoise Langya Immortal Emperor, they even allowed the Azura planet to gain over 10 immortal monarchs. In the future, when the devil race invaded again, their chances of victory would be much higher. How could they not be happy? Let's go. Ning Qi smiled and held on to sacred concubine Koldsky's hand as they led the people of the War God Hall out of the Great Hall. At this moment, old ancestor Thundersky and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Although they knew that Ning Qi wouldn't act against them, an existence that could easily kill an immortal emperor would still give them too much pressure. The discussion forums were already in chaos, and the death of the Langya immortal emperor also caused chaos on the central planet. All the clans and sects started to plan for themselves. They were afraid that Ning Qi would implicate them. Hence, many clans chose to leave the central planet, preparing to flee to more remote places. The Meng clan was one of them. However, there were also some sects and powers that chose to stay on the central planet. They wanted to gamble that it was impossible for Ning Qi to send people to collect the things left behind by the Langya Immortal Emperor so early. Ancestral Planet. Mystic Sword Sect. In the courtyard where the green-robed old man was, King Qingguang was sitting on a bamboo chair with him. On the other hand, Fan Wujie was standing behind King Qingguang expressionlessly. The gourd in Ning Qi's hand is the immortal slaying gourd, right? King Qingguang said with a smile. The green-robed old man nodded. It is indeed one of the gourds that my master planted back then. I didn't expect it to fall into his hands. It's not bad. With him around, at least fewer people will die in this war of immortals and demons. King Qingguang said with a smile. How's the fusion of your eternal fire? When can the underworld be reactivated? The green-robed old man glanced at him. In a few more years. It's about time. King Qingguang said with a smile. Well, you should have found a lot of other people's whereabouts over the years, right? The green-robed old man said lightly. The primordial spirit of the great sage Pingtian was torn apart and divided into thousands of parts. They are suppressed in various places. I've asked Fan Wujie to investigate clearly over the years, but I still haven't found a few. King Qingguang said with a smile. Some of my fellow Taoists should have reincarnated. When the underworld is reactivated and the Book of Life and Death is condensed, we will know their current whereabout. That's good. The green-robed old man smiled. I'm afraid it was the old lord's idea for Langya to go look for Ning Qi. Do you really have no way of dealing with the old lord's restrictive spell? There's nothing I can do. All these years, Jiang Tianshu's cultivation in the divine Luo realm should have improved by leaps and bounds. The restrictive spell on the old lord's body is getting stronger and stronger. Even at my peak, I might not be able to break it. King Qinguang sighed softly. Let's do this for now. As long as Master makes a move, we will definitely be able to turn the tables this time. The green-robed old man said. Chapter 31:21. All right, your master won't die, but King Qinguang did not want to argue with the green-robed old man when he saw how concerned the green-robed old man was. But there's no guarantee that nothing went wrong. You should know about the situation at Shenluo Realm. No matter what happened, Master can solve it. The green-robed old man said. All right, let's talk about something else. That monkey kid Ning took in, I feel that it's a little familiar. Is it really not that monkey? King Qinguang asked with a strange expression. There's more than one rock in this world, and there's more than one monkey. The green-robed old man shook his head. All right, King Qinguang nodded. Say, if Jiang Tianshu doesn't make a move when the demons reach here, are we really going to let them wreak havoc in the immortal realm? There can be no construction without destruction. The green-robed old man said. No matter what, don't blame me if I take action because I can't stand it. King Qinguang sighed and got up. Then, he left the ancestral planet with Fan Wujiu. The green-robed old man did not get up or speak the entire time. Ashura sect. Ning Qi was in seclusion in his cave abode. This time, he did not choose to go to the top cultivation training ground. After all, the time for the advancement mission was almost up and he did not want to drag it out. Half a month later, Ning Qi gradually recovered the power he lost from using the immortal slaying gourd. When he came out of seclusion, he found Immortal Lord 3 Qi waiting in the hall for a long time. Saint Concubine Cold Sky was chatting with Feng Qin and Feng Shu. Taoist Ning, you've finally come out. Immortal Lord 3 Qi smiled and got up to greet Ning Qi. Taoist 3 Qi, you've been waiting for me here. Did the demons do something? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. If anything happened at this crucial moment, it might affect his advancement mission. After all, the immortal slaying gourd could no longer be used, and Ning Qi had no other way to kill an Emperor Realm being. It's not that the demons are doing anything, but I came today to ask you something. Immortal Lord 3 Qi smiled. Please ask, Taoist 3 Qi. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Is that Duan Yingjun your disciple? 3 Qi Immortal Lord looked at Ning Qi expectantly. A strange look flashed through Ning Qi's eyes. Yingjun is not my disciple. Do you want to take him as your disciple? Yes, I wonder what fellow Taoist Ning thinks. Immortal Lord 3 Qi nodded. He knew that Duan Yingjun was one of the upper echelons of the War God Temple and was Ning Qi's subordinate. Hence, if he wanted to take Duan Yingjun as his disciple, not only did he need Duan Yingjun's consent, but he also needed Ning Qi's approval. As long as Yingjun agrees, I have no problem with it. Ning Qi smiled. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Ning. A hint of joy flashed in Immortal Lord 3 Qi's eyes. Then, he cupped his fists, bid farewell, and left in a hurry. In the next few days, 3 Qi Immortal Lord held a discipleship ceremony in the Shura sect. The main character was naturally Duan Yingjun. Since he was already married, 3 Qi Immortal Lord also accepted Duan Feifei as his disciple. Many Shura sect disciples were extremely envious and jealous. They had thought that 3 Qi Immortal Lord had accepted Duan Yingjun as his disciple because he had a close relationship with Ning Qi. In fact, when 3 Qi Immortal Lord saw Duan Yingjun survive the attack of an Immortal Lord, he had already thought of accepting him as his disciple. Dragon-riding Immortal Lord and water-dripping Immortal Lord had not intended to accept disciples. Although they had developed their own factions over the years, they did not have a single disciple, unlike Emperor Bai who had more than a dozen personal disciples. This time, when they saw 3 Immortal Lord accept Duan Ingjun and his wife as disciples, they immediately turned their attention to little Yer and the other girls. They had already sensed that these girls were extremely talented. Even if they could not compare to Ningqi, they were not comparable to ordinary immortals. In the end, without exception, the moment the two revealed their intentions, they were all rejected. Even the cultivation maniac Limacho seemed to look down on the 2 immortal lords. She would rather cultivate on her own than accept them as disciples. Based on Ningqi's understanding of Limacho, if an immortal lord wanted to accept a disciple when she had just arrived in the immortal world, Limacho would very likely be the first to accept. But now that Limacho had comprehended Dao talismans on her own and was a Xian immortal, it would not be difficult for her to become an immortal lord in the future. Unless an immortal emperor accepted her as a disciple, she naturally had no interest. The next half a month felt like a year to Ningqi. But the heavens had given him face. During this period there were no unexpected problems, and he successfully passed the last day. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the advancement mission. Ding! Host, please choose to advance within 24 hours. 10 years. To be precise, it should be more than 10 years. Ningqi finally completed the advancement mission. This mission seemed to have been completed easily, but in fact, only Ningqi knew that if Luo Yan had not brought him to the Blazing Mountain and improved the 9 Hell Tempering Technique by 1 level, Ningqi would not have had any other way to deal with the Blood Pool Demon Monarch when he came to test him the last time. Moreover, the immortal slaying gourd could only kill 1 person. When the time came, the trump card would be tested, and the group of demon monarchs would swarm over. In an instant, the entire ancient heavenly court would fall, and his advancement mission would naturally fail. Because of the immortal slaying sword formation that killed the Bloodpool Demon Monarch and the others, Ningqi held onto his trump card and did not use it. That was why the demon monarchs were so quiet. Ningqi found the sacred concubine, and after giving her some instructions, he went to the top-grade cultivation training ground. He did not know how long it would take to advance to Immortal Lord this time. Maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. So he asked the sacred concubine to make all sorts of arrangements. If the demon monarchs really invaded, and he was not there, then let everyone escape into the Void Immortal Hall. In the top-grade cultivation training ground. System advance. Ningqi said calmly. A white light enveloped Ningqi. Then, Ningqi's 8th immortal meridian was opened. Surging power surged out from his dantian and poured into the 8th immortal meridian. There was a loud bang. Ningqi instantly entered an ethereal state. At this moment, time seemed to have no effect on Ningqi. He did not have any concept of time. The aura on his body was also increasing exponentially. The white light outside his body gradually turned into a cocoon, wrapping Ningqi within. This state lasted for an unknown period of time. Maybe 10 years, maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. Chapter 31-22. Kid, you've finally advanced to Immortal Lord. Silver Dragon's voice exploded in Ningqi's ears. You're awake. Before Ningqi could feel the changes in his body and see the difference between Immortal Lord and Grand Unity Immortal, he heard Silver Dragon's familiar voice and his eyes flashed with joy. Silver Dragon's awakening meant that Ningqi had another trump card. Back then, when Silver Dragon transformed back into the Dragon Slayer Saber, Ningqi was able to kill an Immortal Lord with his Xian immortal cultivation. Therefore, Ningqi had always been very confident in Silver Dragon, even more so than the immortal slaying gourd. Yes, it's all thanks to you advancing to Immortal Lord that I was able to wake up in advance. Silver Dragon broke out from Ningqi's body and floated in midair, looking at Ningqi from afar. I smell a strange aura from you, it seems to be the spirit of the secret realm. What happened to you during this period of time? Silver Dragon's eyes flashed with doubt. Something did happen. Since you're awake, I was about to ask you about it. Ning-Chi nodded. Then, he told Silver Dragon about the invasion of the fiend race, and what happened on the blazing mountain. Silver Dragon's expression didn't change when he talked about the invasion of the fiend race, as though he didn't care about it at all. But when he talked about what happened on the blazing mountain, he became interested. Take out the elixir furnace and let me take a look. I didn't expect that a Qilin could be born in this world, Silver Dragon said in surprise. Ning-Chi moved his mind and the old Supreme Lord Elixir Furnace appeared in front of him. In an instant, a scorching aura spread out with the old Supreme Lord Elixir Furnace as the center. This Elixir Furnace has some history, but it's incomplete. As for the immortal flame inside, it's not a flame from the immortal world. It's a flame from the Shenluo world. Silver Dragon said. A flame from the Shenluo world? Could it be that the flame used by the old Supreme Lord had already surpassed the level of the immortal world? Or was the old Supreme Lord also a cultivator from the Shenluo world? Ning-Chi knew that Silver Dragon knew a lot, so he raised his doubts to see how Silver Dragon would answer. I don't know the old lord that you mentioned. I also don't know if he came from the god Luo world. However, this fire is definitely from the god Luo world. There's even a trace of the aura from the god Luo world. It's just a little faint. However, it's enough for you. You can use it to temper your body. The effect of absorbing devil chi is even better. Silver Dragon said. Not bad. Ning-Chi nodded. Open the lid. Silver Dragon said. With a move of Ning-Chi's mind, the lid of the Laojun pill furnace suddenly opened, and the raging fire suddenly emerged. The terrifying temperature made Ning-Chi involuntarily retreat more than 10 steps before he felt a little better. If it was an ordinary immortal, he would have been scalded to death the moment the lid was opened. Unlike before, when the lid was opened this time, the fire Qilin's head didn't pop out. In fact, it didn't even move at all. A hint of mockery flashed in the Silver Dragon's eyes. Come out, I won't harm you. After several breaths of time, a massive head cautiously poked out from within the pill furnace. It looked at the Silver Dragon with fear in its eyes. Senior, don't eat me. Her voice was still so pleasant to the ear. If one only listened to the voice, no one would believe that this was a fire Qilin born from the mystic realm. Why should I eat you? The Silver Dragon grinned. It looked a little ferocious, almost scaring the fire Qilin back into the Laojun pill furnace. Senior's aura is similar to mine. We should be of the same birth. If you swallow me, it will be good for Senior's cultivation, right? The fire Qilin seemed to be deliberating while speaking carefully. While speaking, she also glanced at Ning-Chi with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Don't worry. Senior Silver Dragon won't swallow you. Ning-Chi smiled and comforted her. However, a storm was set off in his heart. He had many speculations about the origin of the Silver Dragon, and today, it was finally confirmed. The fire Qilin was the spirit of the mystic realm, and must have an extremely accurate grasp of the aura of the same kind. She said that the Silver Dragon was of the same birth as her. Didn't that mean that the Silver Dragon was also the spirit of the mystic realm? The spirit of the mystic realm was born with knowledge and was extremely powerful. Monkey had only cultivated for a short period of time before becoming the great sage, heaven's equal. The Silver Dragon's origin was mysterious, and he might have been born in the Shenluo realm. How long had he lived? Could he be at the 4th step at his peak? Thinking of this, Ning-Chi's heart was a little shaken. Yes, if I swallow you, it will indeed be of some help to my cultivation. The Silver Dragon smiled and nodded. Swoosh! The fire Qilin's head instantly retracted back into the pill furnace. Come out and hide without even finishing your words. Are the juniors these days all so rude? The Silver Dragon's voice sounded a little dignified. The fire Qilin tentatively poked half of her head out of the pill furnace again. Her eyes flickered as she looked at the Silver Dragon innocently. I have some ties with the Qilin clan. If they knew that a fire Qilin like you was born in this place, they would probably send people to receive you. However, at this point, the silver dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. However, since I discovered you first, I shall be your guide. Guide? The fire Qilin was slightly stunned. Are you talking about master? Not master. I'm just teaching you some common sense. After all, you are too easily deceived now. If someone with ulterior motives obtains you, it is inevitable that they will use you to do some bad things. How about this? Acknowledge this person as your master and follow him well in the future. The silver dragon said lightly. Ningqi was slightly stunned. Acknowledge him as his master? He had been thinking about this matter whenever he had time. However, the fire Qilin's cultivation level was too high. It was at the third step, and the gap between them was too big. Ningqi thought for a long time but did not know how to subdue the fire Qilin. Ordinary contracts were useless, but since the silver dragon had said this, it was definitely not empty talk. Could it be that he has a way? As he thought of this, Ningqi looked at the fire Qilin with a different expression. If he could subdue such amount, his strength would be akin to riding a rocket that would soar into the sky. Even if he encountered a third-step cultivator, he would have the strength to fight. No. Although I was born not long ago, I know that our clan cannot acknowledge anyone as its master. The fire Qilin shook her head seriously. Furthermore, I don't know this kind of method. Even if I acknowledge him as my master verbally, he can't ride me. If he touches me, he will be burned to ashes. You don't know this kind of method, but as a senior, I naturally do. If I'm not wrong, you are now imprisoned by this pill furnace. If you acknowledge him as your master, I will help you escape from this pill furnace. Otherwise, I will refine you into an elixir pill. The silver dragon said lightly. The fire Qilin stared at this senior dumbfounded. Are you threatening me? Yes. Chapter 31:23. Perhaps it was because the fire Qilin was too naive, or perhaps it was afraid of the threat of being refined into a pill, or perhaps it was because of the senior aura on the silver dragon, or perhaps it wanted to leave the cauldron and fly freely in the outside world. In the end, the fire Qilin agreed. Spit out your origin, Silver Dragon said. The fire Qilin hesitated. It unwillingly opened its mouth and spat out a fiery red bead. At that moment, Ningqi only felt a wave of heat assaulting his nostrils. Even his hair was scorched in an instant. However, the heat wave did not last long, because the silver dragon instantly grabbed the bead in its hand, and the world became cool again. This is the origin of the fire Qilin. Back then, the divine mountain also gave birth to such an origin. However, it was unable to take form in the end. Seeing that Ningqi was curious, the silver dragon explained, "You are now a celestial monarch, which is the lowest cultivation level that can bear that contract. If you are only a primordial immortal, even I can't do anything about it. You should spit out the origin." My origin? Ningqi was slightly stunned. He only knew about the origin blood essence, but what was the origin? But in the next moment, he knew what the silver dragon meant. The silver dragon impatiently grabbed at Ningqi. Ningqi's spiritual soul was instantly pulled out of his physical body with a bang. The silver dragon grabbed the bead in one hand and Ningqi's godly soul in the other, then pressed the bead on Ningqi's godly soul's chest. Shunluo Wuji, live and die together. A melodious voice rang out from the mouth of the silver dragon. Like a huge bell, it spread out in all directions. In an instant, a series of golden patterns appeared beneath Ningqi's feet. As if they had a life of their own, they climbed up continuously until they surrounded the bead, and were still spreading. After a few breaths, Ningqi's divine soul was covered in golden lines, like a tattoo. Ning Qi could not understand these lines, but he could feel an extremely ancient aura, as if it had existed in this world for a very, very long time. Boom! There seemed to be a loud roar in his head. In the next moment, a mysterious feeling rose up in Ning Qi's heart. This feeling seemed to fuse together with the fire Kiran. He could feel her depressed mood and the warm flames all around him. With a gentle flick of the silver dragon, Ning Qi's soul returned to his body. "All right, the two of you have signed a contract. In the future, as long as your cultivation is not higher than mine, you will not be able to cancel this contract." The silver dragon grinned. "That's it?" After his spirit returned to his body, Ning Qi looked at the silver dragon in surprise. "Try and see if you can make her leave this pill furnace." The silver dragon laughed. When Ning Qi heard this, his mind moved slightly. The aura of the elixir furnace suddenly changed. The fire Kylan suddenly soared into the sky and flew out of the elixir furnace. After circling a few times in the sky, it landed beside Ning Qi with a bang. Sure enough, the elixir furnace no longer suppressed the fire Kylan. It must have sensed the fire Kylan's current body. This one was different. The flames on the fire Kylan's body were still burning, but it gave Ning Qi a warm feeling. Ning Qi subconsciously reached out and touched the back of the fire Kylan. Sure enough, the flames on its body could not hurt him. "The two of you signed a life and death contract. If the fire Kylan dies, you will also die. Similarly, if you die, she will also die." The silver dragon said. "Thank you, Senior." The fire Kylan bowed to the silver dragon. Since she had signed a contract with Ning Qi, there was nothing she could do even if she was unwilling. At least, the silver dragon did not make her sign a master-servant contract, but a life and death contract. It gave her the last bit of dignity, which was a blessing in misfortune. As for the type of contract, Ning Qi did not care. As long as he could sign a contract and have such a powerful third-step mount, so what if they lived and died together? "I want to stay inside." The fire Kylan suddenly looked at Ning Qi and said in a negotiating tone, "It is more comfortable inside." She was referring to the Elder Supreme Pill Furnace. "Sure, you can stay wherever you want when you have nothing to do." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Upon seeing this, the fire Kylan leaped up and flew into the pill furnace again. She was originally the spirit of the mystic realm of the Blazing Mountain. The Elder Supreme Pill Furnace had absorbed all the flames of the Blazing Mountain and suppressed them. The Pill Furnace was equivalent to the fire Kylan's second home. Let her stay inside. Her current cultivation level is only equivalent to the early stage Tao querying realm. After all, she was born not long ago. When she absorbs all the flames inside, she should be able to reach the late stage Tao querying realm or even the peak. She will be a great help. The silver dragon glanced at the Elder Supreme Pill Furnace and said. Upon seeing this, Ning Qi moved his spiritual force and put away the pill furnace. Then, he cupped his hands and said to the silver dragon, "Senior, I have a question. Do you want to ask why I signed a life and death contract with you?" The silver dragon grinned. Ning Qi nodded. "With Senior's means, I'm afraid there are other contracts." The silver dragon nodded and said with a smile, "You guessed correctly. I know all kinds of contracts. Any one of them is better than the life and death contract. However, do you know that in Shunlua world, although the Qilan race is rare, there are still many of them surviving?" Ning Qi's heart moved and he thought of what the silver dragon had said to the fire Kylan previously. When they find this girl, they will definitely send people to receive her. If they find out that she signed a contract with you, they will probably swallow you up. The silver dragon smiled. Upon hearing this, Ning Qi's face gradually turned ugly. The Qilan of Shunlua world. He knew how terrifying the other party's strength was. That's why I signed such an equal contract. When they find out that this contract was signed by me, they might give me face and spare you once. The silver dragon smiled. Just a possibility? Ning Qi forced a smile. Yes, they might, but they might not give me face. No matter what, at least you have a chance of survival when you meet the Qilin race. We can talk about the future in the future. Now that you have this girl to help you, there are many things that I don't need to do personally. I'm also happy to be idle. I'll take this opportunity to have a good sleep. When my essence Qi recovers enough, I can still be of some help when I meet the Qilin race in the future. After saying this, the silver dragon moved and turned into the tattoo on Ning Qi's body again. No matter how Ning Qi called out to him, he didn't respond. Does this count as inadvertently sowing a great enmity? Or is it the Qilin race? Even newborn ones are at the third step. What level are those Qilins that have lived longer? Chapter 31-24. Fellow Taoist Ning Yu? Inside the Azura sect, Immortal Lord Riding Dragon and the others stared at Ning Qi in astonishment. He had only been in seclusion for a year, yet they had discovered that Ning Qi's aura had become unfathomable. Just by standing in front of him, they could feel a faint pressure. He broke through. Li Water Immortal Lord's eyes moved as he sized up Ning Qi. Taoist Ning has already advanced to the Immortal Lord realm? That's impossible. How could a single year be enough for that? Back then, when I was making a breakthrough to the High Immortal Realm, I even went into seclusion for 2 eras. Immortal Monarch 3 Qi shook his head. 2 epochs were more than 100 million years. The stronger the aptitude, the shorter the process. Water Drain Immortal Lord said in a deep voice. The expressions of Dragon Riding Immortal Lord and 3 Qi Immortal Lord changed slightly. They still found it hard to believe. Fellow Taoist Ning, have you really become an immortal monarch? Immortal Lord 3 Qi's expression was grave. I was lucky enough to break through. Ning Qi laughed. Hiss, the two of them gasped. Only Water Drain Immortal Lord's lips curled up slightly as though he was satisfied with his conjecture. 1 year. How did you manage to advance from a primordial immortal to a high immortal in just 1 year? No matter how talented you are, it would take at least tens of thousands of years, right? Immortal Lord 3 Qi muttered to himself. In fact, Ning Qi had spent more than 300 years. However, the flow of time in the top-notch cultivation training ground was different from the outside world. To the 3 immortal monarchs, Ning Qi had only spent a year. However, even if they were told that the actual time spent was more than 300 years, they would still be equally shocked. Whether it was 1 year or 300 years, they were both very far away from the time that they knew. All right. Now that fellow Taoist Ning has broken through to the immortal monarch realm, your strength will definitely advance by leaps and bounds, and your chances of resisting the demon race will be much greater. This is a blessing for the immortal world. Immortal Riding Dragon shouted with a joyful smile on his face. No matter how terrifying Ning Qi's techniques were in the past, his cultivation was still at the primordial immortal realm. Now that Ning Qi had finally stepped into the realm of immortal monarch, his various techniques would definitely be greatly enhanced. Actually, I'm here today to bid farewell to the 3 immortal monarchs. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. Goodbye? The expressions of the 3 of them changed slightly as an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Fellow Taoist Ning, what's the matter? Dragon Riding Immortal Lord said in a deep voice. I have some personal matters to deal with. If it's quick, I'll be back in a year or so. If it's slow, I'm not sure how long it will take, but I have to do this, Ning Qi said. The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts as smiles appeared on their faces. It was very normal for Ning Qi to go and settle his personal matters. They initially thought that Ning Qi was prepared to give up on the immortal realms. This was what they were afraid of. I wonder if the 3 of us can be of any help? Immortal Lord 3 Qi said with a smile. I'll have to personally handle this matter. The 3 of you only need to guard this place. I'll return after I'm done. But before that, I'll have to make a trip to the Devil Sky Immortal Realm. The corners of Ning Chi's mouth lifted slightly. To the Devil Sky Immortal Domain? The three of them were taken aback. Immortal Monarch Riding Dragon asked in pleasant surprise, "Fellow Taoist Ning, is it because you broke through to the Immortal Monarch realm that you can use that gourd a few more times?" "Something like that." Ning Chi nodded with a smile. The gourd could only be used once, but he had a powerful mount, the Fire Qilin. It was a true existence of the third step, and it could kill an Emperor Realm expert like a dog. "Fellow Taoist Ning, take care and be careful. Don't force yourself if you can't do it," Immortal Monarch Riding Dragon said with a solemn expression. "Don't worry, I know." Ning Chi smiled and cupped his hands. After bidding farewell to the three immortal monarchs, Ning Chi went to find sacred concubine Cold Sky. He first touched her belly and felt that it should be the same as the last time. He then called Li Xian over and said to the two girls with a serious expression, "I'm going out for a while, and I don't know when I'll be back. Come, I'll send you back to the ancestral star now." "Where to?" "Bring me along if it's fun." Li Xian smiled. "That place is full of unknown dangers. It's better not to bring you along." Ning Chi shook his head. "Xian, let's go back to the ancestral star. Don't let Beishian worry." Sacred concubine Cold Sky smiled at Li Xian. "Very well. Big sister, you need to rest anyway. This place is too dangerous, and we don't know when the demons will come. It's safer to go to the ancestral star." Li Xian nodded with a smile. Ning Chi put the two into the creation domain. After a moment of hesitation, he went to the upper echelons of the War God Temple and summoned Dongfang Haojie and the others. "Brother Ning, are there any movements?" Dongfang Haojie smiled. "There's something I need to tell everyone." Ning Chi smiled. He swept his gaze around and discovered that many people were absent. For example, Li Macho, Little Yuer and Zuoling were all absent. They went to the other battlefields. During these years, there were no movements from the devil race. "It's too boring to stay on the Azura planet." Dongfang Haojie spoke. "No worries." Ning Chi smiled. His silhouette flickered and vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he had already brought Li Macho and the other women back. "Young master? Weren't I on the northern desolate planet earlier?" Little Yuer stared dumbfoundedly at Ning Chi. Li Macho's expression was somewhat strange as well. Everyone discovered that the two of them were exuding a hint of blood. That was the smell of devil blood. Everyone's expressions turned strange. Most probably, this pair of master and disciple had entered the Devil Sky Immortal Realms, right? But after that, when everyone looked at Ning Chi, their gazes were filled with shock and admiration. They had no idea what method Ning Chi used to bring all the women back in just a few breaths of time. This was truly unfathomable. "I have something I need to do, and I have to leave for a while. As for the exact time, I don't know. If the devil race invades and the Azura planet isn't a match for them, just enter the Void Immortal Hall and keep your lives. Wait for me to return. Remember not to fight to the death, understand?" Ning Chi spoke in a low voice. Everyone looked at each other and nodded their heads. They understood this logic, but, "Young master, where are you going? Bring us along." Little Yuer immediately ran to Ning Chi's side and grabbed onto one of his arms tightly. After that, Ning Chi's other arm was also hugged by Zuoling. When everyone saw this, they instantly laughed and glanced at Ning Chi. In the War God Hall, the two of them had long been treated as princesses. This was especially so for Dongfang Haojie and the others. They had personally watched the two of them grow up. Now that they saw the two of them acting coquettishly towards Ning Chi, all sorts of emotions flashed through their minds. He sighed with emotion. "The place I'm going to is very dangerous. Follow me. If you guys don't make it back, the immortal world will lose two little fairies." Ning Chi had originally intended to refuse, But he suddenly realized that little Yu and Zhuoling Er's hands had become much stronger, as if they were afraid that he would refuse. Their expectant expressions reminded Ningqi of when they were 7 or 8 years old, clamoring for Tong Hulu. Don't be afraid. Wherever the young master is, we will be there. Little Yu shook her head. Zhuoling nodded heavily. Chapter 31:25. Young master, since Ants was said so, you should just agree. Little Yu said coquettishly. Brother Ning, if it's not too dangerous, just take them for a stroll. Dongfang Haojie smiled. Master, Niu Dezhuang also wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. He scratched his head and shut up. The other upper echelons of the War God Temple also spoke up for the two little ones. Fine, I'll bring you guys along this time. But you have to be obedient and don't mess around. Otherwise, you'll have to stay in the fortune domain. Ningqi smiled. The two girls were pleasantly surprised. Ningqi spoke a few more words and kept the two maidens into his fortune domain. He then left Azura planet and flew towards the depths of the Devil Heaven immortal realms. When he flew over the border, Ningqi found that there were no demons on the border planet except for the mindless monsters. Could it be that he's really afraid of the beating last time? With the devil race's temperament, I'm afraid they're plotting something since they haven't made a move for so long. Ningqi murmured to himself and continued venturing deeper into the Devil Sky immortal realm. In the depths of the Devil Sky immortal domain, on the Buddha star, at the old site of the God Pagoda sect. Back then, the God Pagoda sect had long been destroyed. At this moment, a gigantic black vortex was spinning slowly above the God Pagoda sect. Under the whirlpool, with demon monarch Yen Xin as the leader, the demon monarchs stood respectfully, surrounded by the demon monarchs and Tai Yi true demons. At this moment, all of the devils had solemn and respectful expressions, as if they were waiting for the arrival of a great figure. As time ticked by, all the demons remained motionless. Not long after, Demon Emperor Hex's face finally revealed a trace of impatience. He slowly said, Big Brother Yensin, is there really an ancient transformation realm patriarch? Hex, you have to be patient. This passageway isn't big enough. If an ancient transformation realm ancestor wants to descend, he'll have to put in a lot of effort. Ever since you led an army of 1 million devils and dozens of devil monarchs to Azura planet, I've already sent a message over. The ancestor will avenge us. Iwamori calmly said. The old ancestor won't punish me, right? Hex's eyes flickered. The other devil emperors all had gloating looks on their faces, silently rejoicing that they didn't go to Azura planet back then. Ancestor is a sensible person. We originally intended to test the trump card of that Immortal Clan Jr. Although we failed the mission, at least we know that this kid isn't simple. Once the ancient transformation realm ancestor arrives, we'll be able to suppress this kid. At that time, we'll be able to obtain the gourd in his hand, and it'll be a great merit. Demon Emperor Yensin said lightly. Everyone's eyes flickered when they heard that. In that case, not only were they not at fault, but they were also rewarded? At the thought of the ancient transformation realm patriarch's reward, all the fiend emperors revealed a trace of ardent anticipation in their eyes. Big Brother Yensin, do you know which tribe the ancient transformation realm patriarch is from? Hex asked again. The other demon emperors were also curious and looked towards Demon Emperor Yen Sr. It's said that he's an ancient transformation realm patriarch from the fierce ghost tribe. Emperor Yensin said. Evil ghost tribe? Hex and the others were slightly shocked. There were only 6 demon masters in the Devil Clan, and the strongest was the heaven-destroying demon master. The other 5 demon masters each controlled 5 major tribes, and the fierce ghost tribe was one of them. It was rumored that the devils in the fierce ghost tribe were extremely ugly. Some were born like dogs, and some were born like deformed monsters. These monsters had more than a dozen legs. That was the effect of the fierce ghost bloodline. This kind of bloodline was extremely powerful and famous in the Devil clan. Everyone thought that the higher-ups would send an ordinary ancient transformation realm patriarch. They didn't expect that they would actually send an ancient transformation realm existence from the fierce ghost tribe. After the shock, all the demon emperors looked at each other and felt a little uneasy. This was because the Devil clan members of the fierce ghost tribe were usually very difficult to talk to, and they were extremely hot-tempered. They had heard that many existences had offended the fierce ghost tribe because of a small matter, and they found an ancient transformation realm patriarch to negotiate. In the end, even the peacemaker was killed. A few months later, the black vortex above the old site of the Divine Pagoda sect suddenly changed slightly. The vortex slowly sped up, and a gust of wind rose. Everything in the surroundings seemed to be flying into the vortex. Even the sunlight was distorted, and the sky became extremely gloomy. "It's here." All the demon emperors were shocked, and they straightened their backs. In the next moment, an incomparably large head poked out of the black vortex. The head seemed to be even larger than the vortex, and when it poked out, it forcibly pushed the vortex open a bit. The face of the head was extremely ugly. It had 5 eyes, and they were arranged irregularly. There were 3 sparsely on the left, 2 on the right, and 1 next to the ugly mouth. Even the experienced and knowledgeable demon emperors below changed their expressions when they saw this face, and the respect on their faces became even stronger. The uglier the fierce ghost tribe's Devil clan members were, the stronger they were. Drip, drip, drip. Saliva flowed out of the head's mouth. It seemed to be using its strength, and it let out angry roars from time to time. Finally, it squeezed out of the black vortex. One of the demon lords stared at the head with his mouth agape. There was a look of astonishment on his face. This head didn't have a body? It only had a head? What the hell? Why are you looking at me like that? The head suddenly turned and looked at the demon emperor. Elder ancestor, I. The demon lord jumped in fright. Before he could explain, the head suddenly opened its mouth, and a terrifying suction force swept out. The demon emperor howled in pain and flew into the head's mouth. Then, the head casually chewed a few times and swallowed. The eye at the corner of the mouth blinked. We pay our respects to the elder ancestor. Demon Emperor Yen Sun and the others hurriedly knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. The demons behind them didn't dare to be slow, and they all lowered their heads and knelt on the ground. My name is Tu Gui. I heard that you attacked the Celestial clan this time and lost terribly? The head spoke slowly, and its gaze finally landed on Demon Emperor Yen. Senator Demon Emperor Yen Sun hurriedly explained everything that had happened. You suspect that it's a connate spiritual treasure? Hee, it seems like we didn't come here for nothing. There's the demon ancestor's heart, and now there's a connate spiritual treasure. I'll go take a look. If it's really a connate spiritual treasure, I'll reward you handsomely. Tugue laughed weirdly. Everyone hurriedly put on a smile and smiled apologetically. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Demon Emperor Yen Sun and the others instinctively looked at the figure, and they felt a trace of the aura of the Celestial clan. There's an Celestial clan here? It's him. Chapter 31-26. Ugly, ugly thing? Numerous stunned gazes landed on Ningqi. Other than Yen Sun and the other devil emperors, even the devil lords who came later didn't know who Ningqi was. They only knew that Ningqi was dead for sure. Just now, a devil monarch merely glanced at Tu Gui, and he was chewed up and swallowed by Tu Gui. This fellow actually said that Tu Gui was an ugly thing? Brave warrior, from his aura, he should be from the immortal race. Not only did he dare to come to Buddha planet, he even dared to call old ancestor Tu Gui an ugly thing. What a brave warrior! I didn't expect there to be such a brave existence in the immortal race. I thought that the immortals were all cowards. Ugly thing? Tu Gue slowly turned his head and looked at Ningqi. After that, he suddenly cackled. What did you say I was? Ugly thing? I didn't hear it clearly. Say it again. Apologies, I was rude earlier. Ningqi smiled awkwardly yet politely. But since Senior wants to hear it again, then, ugly thing. He must be a lunatic from the immortal race. That's right, if he isn't a lunatic, how would he dare to say such words in such a situation? The devils stared speechlessly at Ningqi. Tu Gue stared at Ningqi. Ever since he was born, all the devils who called him ugly were eaten by him. It had been a very long time since someone dared to say such words in front of him. But now that he just arrived in the Devil Sky immortal realms, he encountered a young man who didn't seem to be afraid of him at all. He had to make the other party die in fear, so he didn't act immediately. Old ancestor Tu Gue. That's the young man. He is Ning Beixian from Azura planet. The immortal slaying gourd is with him. Devil Emperor Hex suddenly glared at Ningqi and shouted. Ning Beixian from Azura planet? All the devils present stared at Ningqi in shock. They didn't expect this young man to be the same Ning Beixian who annihilated the million-strong devil army and killed the Blood Pool Devil Monarch and the other devil monarchs on Azura planet. Instantly, countless gazes turned to Ningqi with anger and hatred. Many of the grand immortals here were trusted subordinates of the various devil monarchs. Naturally, they wouldn't show any good expressions when facing the person who killed their boss. Oh? He is Ning Beixian? TSK. I didn't expect that good things would come to me right after I descended to the immortal world. I heard that the demon ancestor's heart seems to be with you? Tu Gue laughed strangely again. His 5 eyes flashed with a greedy light. Heart of the demon ancestor? Many of the demons were stunned when they heard those words. Then, they looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Ever since they were young, they had heard of this legend. It was said that the origin of the devil race was from the devil ancestor. However, the devil ancestor had fallen in the great war of immortals and devils, leaving behind a devil ancestor's heart. However, the majority of the devil race didn't believe this rumor and treated it as a story. Now, they couldn't help but be shocked when they heard these words from the mouth of an ancient transformation realm expert like Tu Gue. Does the heart of the demon ancestor really exist? And it was in the hands of this immortal? Looks like this is no longer a secret. Ningqi smiled and glanced at Demon Monarch Yen Sin and the others. He didn't answer Tu Gue's question directly. Instead, he smiled and said, Are all the demon monarchs here? After a pause, Ningqi muttered to himself, They should be. After all, we're going to welcome an ancient transformation realm expert, so it must be grand. What is this kid trying to do? Demon Monarch Yensen frowned. In his opinion, it was impossible for Ningqi to suddenly lose his mind and come to the Stupa Star to act crazily. He must have a purpose. However, facing an ancient transformation realm expert like Tu Gue, how could he be so calm? Kid, I'm asking you a question, Tu Gue grinned. Make your move. Don't let any of the demons here go. Let's get rid of this ugly thing first. Ningqi ignored Tu Gue and directly took out the Laojun pill furnace. As soon as his voice fell, the lid of the pill furnace instantly soared into the sky. Immediately after, the fire Qilin broke through the air with a ball of sparks. Surging flames coiled around her body. She stood quietly in the void and her big eyes looked down. It blinked on Tu Gue's body. As soon as the fire Qilin appeared, the terrifying aura on her body pressed down on the demons below and made them lose their footing. The expressions of Demon Monarch Yen Sin and the others changed drastically. They could clearly feel an aura more terrifying than Tu Gue's from the fire Qilin. Demon Lord Realm? Tu Gue looked at the fire Qilin and suddenly let out a scream. Then, he immediately turned his head and flew toward the black whirlpool. He seemed to be planning to escape back to the demon continent. However, the black whirlpool was too small. If he wanted to squeeze through, he would have to spend a lot of effort. It was impossible for him to escape in an instant. Roar! The fire Qilin faced the sky and let out a terrifying roar. Its body suddenly turned into a meteor. With a puff, it rushed over Tu Gui's ugly head. The demons below could clearly see that a large hole had appeared on Tu Gui's head, and it was currently being burned. Then, the flickering sparks spread in all directions with the wound as the center. In less than half a breath's time, Tu Gui's entire head seemed to have turned into charcoal. Boom! His head exploded into black powder that filled the sky and was sucked into the black whirlpool. Some of it floated to the feet of demon monarch Yen Sen and the others. Tu Gui was dead. He had just arrived in the Devil Sky's celestial realm and only had time to devour a demon lord. He did not even kill a single celestial before dying. The faces of demon monarch Yen Sen and the others turned slightly pale. Ning Qi's sudden attack today had caught them off guard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an ancient transformation realm demon. Ding! This kill is at the epic level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 15 million merit points. The system's notifications rang out continuously. Ning Qi's merit points instantly broke through the 30 million mark. 15 million? I didn't come here for nothing. A trace of joy flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He was now at the early stage Celestial Lord. Although his talent was monstrous and his cultivation speed was countless times faster than ordinary people, at this stage, it was extremely difficult to break through a small stage. If he followed the usual routine, even if he took elixirs every day, he did not know how long it would take. However, if he gathered 100 million merit points and deduced the 4-spirit sacred art to the 3rd stage, he should be able to save a lot of time. After all, the first 2 stages did not disappoint Ning Qi. The power he obtained was also extremely terrifying. Even if the 3rd stage did not allow Ning Qi to reach the peak in one go, it would not be a problem for him to reach the mid-late stage. All of you, go on your way. Chapter 31-27. Terrifying flames erupted from the old site of the God Tower sect. The flames burned for 10 days and 10 nights before gradually extinguishing. Many Celestials were still struggling on Stupa Planet. They were protecting batches of mortals from the demons' pursuit. In reality, they were only able to survive because the demons did not want to be too bored and had deliberately held back to play a game of cat and mouse. The place that's burning seems to be the old site of the God Tower sect. Isn't there a demon emperor guarding that place? Who set it on fire? Some time ago, I received some news that an even more terrifying existence would descend on Stupa Planet from the demon side. Could it be a phenomenon caused by that existence? It doesn't seem like it. By the way, don't you guys feel that the surroundings are a little quiet? Where did those demon clan patrols go? A few human immortals stood on a mountain peak hundreds of miles away from the God Tower sect. They sized up the old site of the God Tower sect as they discussed in low voices. Could it be a trap? A new trick of the demons? Are they trying to trick us? A young man said coldly. It's been so many years. I've had enough of these days. No matter what, I have to go check it out. Perhaps it's a senior mighty immortal who has come to Stupa Planet to slay the demons? An old man suddenly said. With that, he did not wait for the others to react. His figure flashed, and he tore through the air towards the old site of the God Tower sect. Old Man Qin! The other human immortals could not help but shout. But they could not stop him in time. The old man had already flown to the God Tower sect. Forget it. Let the heavens decide their fate. The few of them exchanged glances. Gritting their teeth, they also flew towards the old site of the God Tower sect. Ruins, corpses, flames. The old man known as Old Qin stood in the air with his mouth agape. He saw that the buildings below had all collapsed, and the corpses of the devil race could be seen everywhere. These corpses were burning with raging flames, and the extremely tyrannical bodies of the devil race were constantly being turned into ashes by the raging flames. At a glance, it was endless demon corpses. There was not a single living demon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The other human immortals arrived in the blink of an eye. Their faces were filled with shock as they stared at the scene before them in disbelief. What's going on? Could it be that it was these demonic corpses that burned for 10 days and 10 nights? It's too terrifying. Look at the ashes over there. They've almost piled up into a small mountain. How many demonic corpses did they have to burn for so long? I just calculated that a demon corpse would turn into ashes in less than 10 breaths of time. In these 10 days and 10 nights, everyone was shocked. But after the shock, they were overjoyed. This must have been the work of a mighty figure of the celestial race, which was why they could kill all the demons on the side of the celestial tower sect. Is the devil race finally going to lose? Old Sheen mumbled to himself. However, at the next moment, someone looked up at the black whirlpool in the sky and said with an ugly expression, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. This passageway still exists. As long as it exists, the devil race will continue to descend upon the Buddha star. Could it be that there are no seniors among the immortals who can deal with this tunnel? No matter what, we can take a breather this time. Let's look around and see if there's anything we can use." After killing Demon Emperor Yen Sen and the rest of the devil race, the Fire Qilin returned to the elixir furnace. Then, Ning Qi used the All-Heaven Talisman to return to the Mystic Sword sect in the Ancestral Star. As for the tunnel, Ning Qi asked the Fire Qilin if he could seal it, but the Fire Qilin shook his head. The tunnel connected the immortal world and the devil world. It was not an ordinary mystic realm, but 2 extremely huge worlds. Without reaching the 4th step, there was no way to seal it. At most, he could consolidate the foundation so that the tunnel would not expand on its own in a short period of time. Even if someone took action, they could buy some time. However, the Fire Qilin did not know this kind of divine power. Ningqi called out to the Silver Dragon, but there was no response. He could only let nature take its course. During this trip to the Devil Sky mystic realm, Ningqi had killed many demon emperors, demon lords, grand unity demons, and other demons. His merit points had already exceeded 50 million. He was only halfway to the 100 million mark. Ningqi felt that he should be able to obtain a lot of merit points in Jiang Yu's Grotto Heaven mystic realm. After all, according to Jiang Yu, the cultivators in the Grotto Heaven mystic realm were very powerful. The sacred Jiang sect that Jiang Yu had established could only be considered a second-rate force. Not even a second-rate force. As for the soul-refining demon sect that bought Wang Shui's soul from Jiang Yu, it was a first-rate force and should have an Emperor Realm cultivator in charge. After returning to the Xianjian sect, Ning Qi released the sacred concubine of Cold Sky and Li Exin. Then, he went to visit the green-robed elder, saw Ing Zizai and Ing Zhinshuan, then left the Xianjian sect and headed to the Jade Clear sect. Jade Clear sect. In the valley. Ning Qi's appearance this time did not alarm anyone else. Instead, he went straight to the place where Patriarch Yuqing cultivated. As expected, Patriarch Yuqing was still sitting in front of the stone table. The chessboard on the stone table was shrouded in white mist, and from time to time, a miserable howl could be heard. "Master." Ning Qi walked in front of Patriarch Yuqing and bowed. Patriarch Yuqing smiled and did not say anything. He seriously placed his chess piece. Every time he placed a chess piece, a miserable howl could be heard from the chessboard. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the game seemed to have ended. "You did well this time. You didn't embarrass our ancient, immortal clan." Patriarch Yuqing looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile. After a pause, without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, Patriarch Yuqing suddenly said, Take out that gourd and let me have a look. Ning-Chi nodded. With a thought, the immortal beheading gourd flew out from between his eyebrows and landed in front of Patriarch Yu-Ching. Patriarch Yu-Ching stared at it for a dozen breaths of time and sighed. Treat it well. In the great war of immortals and demons, it almost died from exhaustion. It's a good child. After going around and around, it fell into your hands. Its fate. Master, did you participate in that battle? Ning-Chi nodded. After putting away the gourd, he suddenly asked. And you don't need to ask anymore. I've already lost, so I don't want to mention it anymore. Patriarch Yu-Ching waved his hand lightly. Seeing this, Ning-Chi no longer asked. He cupped his hands and said, This disciple plans to go to a place this time. I don't know when I can return to the immortal world. After a pause, if the demon clan. Don't worry. Patriarch Yu-Ching smiled. Hearing this, Ning-Chi's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He nodded and turned to leave. Although he did not know the true cultivation of Patriarch Yu-Ching, if the demon clan invaded in the future, he could take action to alleviate the situation. After leaving Yu-Ching's sect, Ning-Chi found a good friend in the All-Heaven Talisman. Chapter 31-28. As soon as Ning-Chi appeared in the cave, he felt a faint pressure coming from all directions. This pressure was not much of a hindrance to Ning-Chi, but an existence below the primordial unity stage would find it difficult to move, as if they were carrying a huge mountain. Who is it? A weak voice came from the depths of the cave. Ning-Chi smiled and walked deeper into the cave. After walking for about 100 feet, he saw a figure sitting cross-legged with his back against the stone wall. Junior Sister Ji, long time no see. Why are you so miserable? Ning-Chi smiled. When Ji Sijuan heard this familiar voice, she raised her head in disbelief. Her hair was very messy, draping over her shoulders. It seemed that she hadn't washed it for a long time. Her hair was tangled like hemp rope. Why is it you? Ji Sijuan was startled at first, but then she suddenly laughed. Ha ha, I know, you were also caught. This was the Ji family's catacombs for punishing disciples. Those who could come here were either elders or were imprisoned for punishment. In her opinion, Ning-Chi belonged to the latter. You didn't expect this, did you? The things you did outside are all crimes punishable by death. Ji Sijuan laughed sinisterly. Look at me. Do I look like I was captured? Ning-Chi walked in front of Ji Sijuan and spread his hands. He looked at Ji Sijuan with a hint of pity in his eyes. Ji Sijuan was slightly stunned when she heard this. She looked Ning-Chi up and down. Gradually, her expression changed a little. Ning-Chi's clothes were intact, and he didn't seem to have experienced a battle. There were no injuries on his body, and he didn't look like he was in a sorry state. How could this be? Ji Sijuan looked at Ning-Chi in disbelief. Junior Sister Ji, you were imprisoned here because you got into trouble, right? Ning-Chi smiled. These words immediately evoked the resentment in Ji Sijuan's heart towards another person. At this point, how could she not understand that she had been tricked by the fellow who had sent her to patrol the mountain by the king? Otherwise, how could things be so coincidental? When she arrived at the Ji family's treasure pavilion, one of the things immediately disappeared. You don't need to care about my matters. The Heavenly Dao clan's passageway to the outside has already been sealed, so it's impossible for you to enter. It must have been the elders who suppressed you, right? You don't have to lie to me. Once my confinement time is up, I will be able to leave. At that time, the enmity between us will be settled properly. Forget it. Ji Sijuan looked at Ning-Chi coldly. Are you still immersed in your own sweet dreams? If you want to settle the score with me, then I'll kill you right now, okay? Ning-Chi smiled, and a faint aura emanated from his body. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from Ji Sijuan's body, followed by a painful groan. When Ji Sijuan looked at Ning-Chi again, there was a trace of shock and fear in her eyes. This catacombs was originally meant to punish disciples, and the elders had set up a restrictive spell. Ji Sijuan had been suppressed here by the restrictive spell for all these years, and it was difficult for her to even get up and take 2 steps. But just now, Ning Qi had casually leaked out a trace of his aura, and together with the restrictive spell, it had crushed several of her bones. Root. This meant that not only did Ning Qi have the ability to walk freely, he also had the ability to kill her. This was impossible. It was impossible for the elders to let someone who had the ability to kill her into this catacombs. Unless he had barged in by himself? Thinking of this, Ji Sijuan's face turned pale. She felt that her idea was ridiculous. The Heavenly Dao clan's entrance was sealed, so how could Ning Qi have entered? Not to mention, he had entered the Ji clan's cave, passed through layers of guards, and entered this catacombs. This was something that was completely impossible. At the very least, an ordinary Emperor realm existence couldn't do this. A pot of turbid wine. Hee, how did Junior Sister Ji come up with such a name? I don't think I've ever seen Junior Sister Ji have a special liking for wine? Ning Qi suddenly said with a faint smile. How did you know my name on the All Heavens Forum? The fear in Ji Sijuan's eyes intensified. If Ning Qi's battle prowess was only high, then this was nothing. But now, she discovered that Ning Qi's methods were becoming more and more incomprehensible. How did he know her name on the All Heavens Forum? Didn't that mean that the other party had also seen what he had said? How could I not know? Back then, Junior Sister Ji and I also had a good chat. Ning Qi smiled. What did you say? Ji Sijuan felt a trace of horror. The king sent me to patrol the mountain. Does Junior Sister Ji remember this name? Ning Qi said with a smile. You? It's you? Impossible, how could it be you? Impossible. Ji Sijuan was aghast. Ji Sijuan was aghast. Her current expression, coupled with her disheveled hair, made her look like an evil spirit that was about to crawl out of hell to claim her life. Unfortunately, an evil spirit like her was no match for Ning Qi, the Ghost King. How is it impossible? Thanks to Junior Sister Ji, I was able to obtain a magic treasure that I've been longing for a long time from the Ji clan's treasure vault. Ning Qi said with a smile. It's you. It's you who made me like this. Ji Sijuan suddenly felt powerless, muttering to herself. Her pupils also became unfocused, and from time to time, a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. She wholeheartedly discredited Ning Qi on the All Heavens Forum, but in the end she was tricked by Ning Qi. As for what method Ning Qi used, Ji Sijuan couldn't figure it out, but she knew that the method was probably the same as the one Ning Qi used to enter the catacombs. Thinking of this, Ji Sijuan's body couldn't help but tremble. She felt a chill. Such a method was really too terrifying. If you don't harm others, others won't harm you. Junior Sister Ji, don't you understand this principle? Ning Qi smiled. At this moment, Ji Sijuan was already on the verge of collapse. Are you here to kill me? If you kill me, don't even think about leaving this place. Why should I kill you? It won't be fun if I kill you. In the future, when the 6 paths of reincarnation restarts, I can still help you go through the back door and arrange a beast path for you. Isn't that wonderful? Ning Qi said with a faint smile. 6 paths of reincarnation? Ji Sijuan didn't understand, but after knowing that Ning Qi didn't intend to kill her, she immediately heaved a long sigh of relief. As long as she could keep her life, there would always be a chance in the future. There should be people in the Jiang clan who play with the All-Heaven Talisman, right? Tell me a few names. Ning Qi said. Huh. Ji Sijuan didn't quite understand, but she subconsciously said, Why should I tell you a few names? Impossible. Then I'll kill you. Didn't you just now was just now and now is now. Chapter 31-29. Ning Qi tested the names Ji Sijuan had given him. First, he used the clairvoyant, then the clairaudient. After confirming that the names were real, and that the owners of those accounts were indeed disciples of the Jiang family in the grotto heaven, he smiled at Ji Sijuan and suddenly disappeared. In the air. Where did he go? Ji Sijuan stared blankly at the air in front of her. How can he come and go as he pleases here? What kind of technique is this? Seeing Ning Qi disappear in front of her, Ji Sijuan's eyes were filled with fear again. But after a few breaths, she laughed. Ha ha ha, Ning Beixian, if you don't kill me this time, I'll bite you hard. After confirming that Ning Qi had left, Ji Sijuan immediately adjusted her mentality and let out a series of roars, planning to lure the elders outside the grotto heaven. Outside was a mountain wall with densely packed black grotto heaven. These grotto heaven held disciples of the Ji family who had been wrongly imprisoned. They were punished according to the severity of their mistake. Some had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years and had yet to leave, while others had only been imprisoned not long ago. There's movement over there. Oh, it's Patriarch Xuanling's personal disciple. I heard that she was sentenced to 100 years this time? A primordial unity deacon elder of the Ji family looked toward one of the grotto heaven. There were faint roars coming from inside, but most of the sounds were muffled by the formation. Only primordial unity cultivators could hear a trace of it. Beside him, another deacon elder in charge of guarding this place frowned. It's only 100 years. How long has it been and she can't take it anymore? How did Patriarch Xianling take a fancy to such a state of mind? Why don't we go in and take a look? This woman was only sentenced to 100 years, and she's also Patriarch Xuanling's disciple. It's not wrong to build a good relationship with her. Yes, let's go in and take a look. The two primordial unity deacons looked at each other and flew into the grotto heaven where Ji Sijuan was. Not long after, they saw Ji Sijuan with disheveled hair. Ji Sijuan saw them at the same time and immediately shut her mouth. Her eyes were filled with surprise. Deacon elders, I have something to report. Hurry and inform my master that the traitor Ning Beixian has snuck into the Ji family grotto heaven, and the Ji family's treasury. The treasure that was lost in the treasure pavilion was also stolen by him. He is the king who sent me to patrol the mountain. Traitor? Sneak into the Ji family's grotto heaven? Inform Xianling Patriarch? The king sent me to patrol the mountains? The two grand unity deacons looked at each other, then looked at Ji Sijuan with pity, shook their heads, sighed, and turned to leave. This woman must be crazy. With such a mental state, how did he manage to sneak into the Tiandao family? Ji Sijuan stared dumbfoundedly at the backs of the two of them. After a full 3 breaths of time, she finally reacted and let out a shrill scream. Don't go! Hurry up and inform my master. I'm telling the truth. All of you deserve to die. Ji Sijuan's eyes were filled with despair. If the two of them did not believe her, she would have to wait for a few decades before she could leave this place. By then, it would be too late. Ning Qi definitely had a motive for entering the Heaven Dao Pavilion. As expected, they don't believe you. A voice rang out beside Ji Sijuan. Ji Sijuan turned her head in a daze, only to see Ning Qi smiling at her before disappearing again. Ji Sijuan was speechless. The Jiang family's grotto heaven. In an inconspicuous cave abode, the owner of which was a Xian immortal disciple of the Jiang family. He was cultivating in seclusion, but before he could wake up, he was killed by Ning Qi with a single palm strike. Then, Ning Qi changed his appearance and aura and walked out of the cave abode. The cave abode was on a mountain, and there were dozens of similar caves. Once Ning Qi walked out, he was greeted by many Jiang family disciples warmly. It seemed that the person he was disguised as was quite popular. Senior Brother Su, you've cultivated in seclusion for more than 200 years. Did you gain any enlightenment? A Jiang family disciple walked over with a smile and asked Ning Qi. Ning Qi's name was Jiang Su. He glanced at the other party's attributes and smiled. Junior brother Suning, I'm ashamed. I didn't gain any enlightenment during this cultivation. It's all right. With senior brother Su's talent, a small cultivation level won't be able to hold you back. Jiang Suning smiled. Ning Qi smiled and said, Junior brother Suning, I have some matters to attend to in the main sect. I'll take my leave now. Senior brother Su, you're going to the main sect? What a coincidence, I'm going there too. Why don't we go together? Jiang Suning was a little surprised, but he soon smiled. Going together? Sure. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Take my ferry boat. Jiang Suning was more enthusiastic and took out a ferry boat. Ning Qi was happy to see this. He didn't have to ask for directions, which would raise suspicion. After boarding Jiang Suning's ferry boat, Ning Qi chatted with Jiang Suning. Gradually, Jiang Suning's expression became a little strange. It was as if he noticed that Ning Qi and Jiang Su's temperament was very different. He carefully sized up Ning Qi and confirmed that he was indeed Jiang Su. Moreover, they were in the Jiang family's grotto heaven. Who would pretend to be someone else? He laughed self-deprecatingly in his heart. He thought that Ning Qi must have gained some enlightenment in the past 200 years, which was why he became like this. Jiang Suning didn't mind, but he would occasionally ask about things related to Ning Qi's past in the following conversation. Junior brother Suning, why are you asking about the past? Ning Qi looked at Jiang Suning with a faint smile. Jiang Suning was slightly startled, then smiled embarrassedly and said no more. A few days later, the ferry boat passed through a layer of clouds, and a huge city floating in midair immediately came into view. The huge city was extremely huge, and it was shrouded in wisps of clouds. The ferry boat landed on an empty space in front of the city. Here, ferry boats would rise and land from time to time, and countless Jiang family disciples would enter and leave. It looked very lively. Ning Qi and Jiang Suning got off the ferry boat, and a few Jiang family disciples came up to greet them. Both of them were profound immortals, and were considered middle-level disciples in the Jiang family. Some grand Luo golden immortals, and even heavenly immortals of the Jiang family greeted them respectfully and ingratiatingly. Jiang Suning responded to them one by one, while Ning Qi didn't pay them much attention, appearing rather arrogant. Perhaps because this was the Jiang family's grotto heaven, there was no one guarding the city gate. Ning Qi and Jiang Suning entered the city smoothly. Senior brother Su, I'm going to the treasure pavilion to exchange some pills. What about you? Jiang Suning looked at Ning Qi. I'm going to take a walk around. Junior brother Suning, you can go about your own business. Ning Qi smiled. All right. Chapter 31:30. This guy must have noticed. Although Ning Qi didn't turn around, he could still sense Jiang Suning's gaze. Just now, Jiang Suning's divine sense had intentionally or unintentionally swept over him, most likely to sense the heavenly Tao brand. This was the true symbol of a heavenly Tao disciple, and no token could compare to it. However, Ning Qi's imprint had long since been destroyed, leaving not a trace behind. As long as someone suspected something, they could use their divine will to scan it, and they would be able to find clues. However, Ning Qi wasn't worried. His current means were enough to deal with a third-step expert. If it wasn't for the fact that he suspected that the girl hadn't left the celestial world to return to the divine Luo world and was still cultivating in seclusion in the Tiandao family, Ning Qi would have pushed his way over openly. He would directly destroy the entire Tendo family. After asking a few passers-by and learning the location of Jiang Yu's cave, Ning Qi immediately rushed over there. As a martial emperor, Jiang Yu's abode was naturally located at the place closest to the three elders of the Jiang clan. It was in the inner city, and only disciples above the middle level, deacon elders and above could walk freely in the inner city. Ordinary disciples of the Jiang clan could not enter. Ning Qi's Jiang Su was a figure at the advanced stage of the mysterious immortal realm. He couldn't compare to the top figures at the perfection stage of the mysterious immortal realm, but his status in the Jiang clan wasn't too low, so he was entirely capable of entering the inner city. Not long after, Ning Qi's footsteps stopped in front of a courtyard. This courtyard occupied a very large area. Just the outer wall alone stretched for several miles, comparable to the imperial palace of the mortal world. "Senior Brother Su, so you're here." Jiang Suning's voice sounded again. But this time, he was not alone. He was accompanied by a frowning middle-aged man, who emanated the aura of a primordial immortal, and was scanning Ning Qi with his divine will. "Indeed, you don't have the mark of the heavenly law. You are not a disciple of my Jiang family," the middle-aged man suddenly said. Jiang Suning's expression changed, and he looked at Ning Qi gravely. "Senior Brother Su, can you explain why you don't have a heavenly Dao brand on you? Could it be that you're an imposter?" "What are you talking about?" Ning Qi looked at the two of them in shock. "How come I don't have a heavenly Dao brand on me? I'm afraid the two of you must be seeing things. Don't tell me that someone could enter the Heaven Dao Pavilion after the Heaven Dao Pavilion sealed the passageway, enter the Jiang family's cave, and pretend to be a disciple of the Jiang family?" At this point, the corners of Ning Qi's mouth curled up, revealing a hint of mockery. The middle-aged man was a deacon elder. After he heard Ning Qi's words, his expression became a little strange. The situation Ning Qi mentioned was impossible. What was going on? Could it be that something went wrong? Or were they really seeing things? "I don't know how you managed to impersonate Senior Brother Jiang Su, but it's impossible to hide the mark of the heavenly Dao. Even though you've broken through to the primordial immortal realm and your cultivation base is higher than mine, I couldn't see your mark. But I went to find Elder Jiang Yan. He's a primordial immortal, and even he couldn't see your mark. How do you explain this?" Jiang Suning said in a deep voice. When Jiang Yan heard this, he nodded slightly. Because the matter had not been confirmed, they spoke very softly. From beginning to end, the passers-by did not pay attention to the three of them. Boom! Ning Qi's aura suddenly changed, releasing and withdrawing. Then, he looked at the two of them with a faint smile. At this moment, the two of them were a little dumbfounded. That aura just now, it was clearly the terrifying aura of an immortal lord. You've already broken through to the immortal lord realm?" Jiang Yan looked at Ning Qi in a daze. A trace of disbelief flashed in Jiang Suning's eyes. "Impossible. More than 200 years ago, you were only in the late Xian immortal realm. How could you have broken through to the immortal lord realm in just 200 years? Impossible. There are countless opportunities in the world. What's so strange about one being able to break through to the immortal lord realm? Junior Brother Suning, you're too ignorant. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but it seems like I can't keep a low profile anymore," Ning Qi said indifferently. "Sorry for the offense just now. I'll take my leave." Jiang Yan hurriedly cupped his hands and turned to leave. What a joke. Immortal lords were the true upper echelons of the Jiang clan. As long as Elder Su and the other immortal emperors didn't appear, immortal lords were the ones with the highest status in the Jiang clan. Most of the department heads in the Jiang clan were immortal lords. For example, the head of the patrol department that Jiang Yan was in was a great circle immortal lord. This deputy head was also an immortal lord expert. Elder Jiang Yan, don't leave first. How could he break through to the immortal lord realm in just 200 years? There must be something fishy about this. Jiang Suning hurriedly transmitted his voice to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned and walked back. Then, he grabbed Jiang Suning, smiled at Ning Qi, and left again. Jiang Suning was also dragged away by him. "Suning, firstly, it's impossible for outsiders to enter the Jiang clan. You suspected Jiang Su because you couldn't see his Heaven's Dao brand. But now that Jiangsu has already broken through to the Immortal Lord realm, even I can't see it, let alone you. This can already be explained. As for how he managed to break through to the Immortal Lord realm in just 200 years, it's very likely that he obtained an unimaginable opportunity. Hence, it's not a wise move to offend an Immortal Lord realm. Moreover, he's such a young Immortal Lord. Jiang Yen transmitted his voice as he walked. Jiang Suning's expression gradually became doubtful. He turned back and saw Ning Qi knocking on the door of Jiang Yu's cave abode. The doubts in his heart suddenly disappeared. Jiang Yu had already been suppressed back then. Now, his cave abode was temporarily seized by a few immortal lords. If Ning Qi was an impostor from the outside world, he shouldn't have walked right into the trap. Seems like I was wrong. What a pity. After today, my relationship with him will definitely not return to how it was before. Jiang Suning sighed in his heart. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. The door opened slowly. A Grand Unity expert frowned and looked at Ning Qi. You are? Ning Qi smiled and did not answer. He walked through the door and closed it behind him. The Grand Unity expert's frown deepened. He berated, "What are you doing? This is the cave abode left behind by Patriarch Jiang Yu. How can a disciple like you enter as you please? Get out now. Patriarch Jiang Yu left something for me. I'll take it and leave." Ning Qi smiled. "Where's the backyard? Bring me there." The Immortal Lord aura slowly emanated from his body. When the Grand Unity expert saw that, he was slightly shocked. He sized up Ning Qi from head to toe. "A newly advanced Immortal Lord? Although you're an Immortal Lord, this cave abode has already been inherited by Patriarch Jiang Yu's personal disciple. If you want to take away the item left behind by Patriarch Jiang Yu, I need to inform those Immortal Lords. Please wait for a moment." "Sure. Bring me to the backyard first. You can go and inform them later." Chapter 31-31. The primordial immortal hesitated for a moment, but seeing Ning Qi's extraordinary bearing, he did not dare to offend a new immortal lord, so he nodded and led Ning Qi to the backyard. Along the way, Ning Qi casually asked a few questions and learned that there would soon be an immortal lord coming to take over this cave abode. After all, such a huge cave abode in the inner city, in addition to the many traps set up by the immortal lords, would increase the efficiency of cultivation and alchemy. It was impossible for an immortal lord to take over. The saying that tea cools down after people leave applies everywhere. Jiang Yu had been suppressed on the central planet, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. It was already good enough that his personal disciples could stay in the cave abode for a few hundred years. When the new immortal lord came, they would have to pack up and leave. "This is the place. You can wait here and don't wander around." The primordial immortal brought Ning Qi to the backyard and left in a hurry after reminding him. The backyard was very big, like a natural garden. Ning Qi casually walked a few steps and saw the dry well. Walking to the dry well, Ning Qi looked inside. There was not a drop of water, and the aura on the dry well was very ordinary. There seemed to be nothing special about it. A trace of suspicion flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Could this dry well be the passage to the Grotto Heaven mystic realm? Perhaps he could only be sure if he took out the meteor pendant. However, it was very strange for a cave abode of an immortal lord to have a dry well without a single drop of water. Anyone who was observant would be able to guess something after thinking about it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures tore through the air and landed in front of Ning Qi. After one of them saw Ning Qi's face, he said with some surprise, "Jiangsu? Eldest senior brother, is this a junior disciple from your lineage?" A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the other 2 immortal monarchs. After they received a message from their subordinates, they learned that a new immortal monarch was heading to this place to take away something left behind by Patriarch Jiang Yu. Thus, they hurried over. They did not expect their eldest senior brother to know this person. He can be considered my great-great-grandson, but our relationship is distant. The late-stage immortal lord with the thickest aura frowned. He was sizing up Ningqi, and Ningqi was also sizing up the three of them. If he were to use his fists, Ningqi was confident that he could kill these three immortal monarchs within 20 moves. If it was the immortal slaying sword formation, just as Ningqi was thinking about how to kill the three immortal monarchs, the Grand Unity Immortal who led the way ran over in a hurry. He said with an ugly expression, "Immortal monarchs, Patriarch Jiang Ming is here. Ancestor Jiang Ming." The expressions of the three of them changed slightly and turned ugly. At the same time, a figure led a group of people into the backyard. The one in the lead was an immortal emperor of the Jiang clan, Jiang Ming. The reason he came here this time was to take over the cave that Jiang Yu left behind. Why are there still people here? Jiang Yu is already dead. What are you guys still doing here? Get lost, all of you. Jiang Ming glanced at Ningqi and the other three and frowned. His gaze lingered on Ningqi for a moment longer. This was because Ningqi looked unfamiliar, but he exuded the aura of an immortal lord. "Forefather Jiang Ming, we'll leave now." The three immortal monarchs had no intention of resisting as they turned and left. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Jiang Ming frowned and looked at Ningqi. The few immortal monarchs behind him should be Jiang Ming's personal disciples. Their gazes all landed on Ningqi. "Jiang Su, why aren't you leaving?" One of the three immortal monarchs turned around and shouted at Ningqi. He was Jiang Su's patriarch. This time, Jiang Su's advancement to immortal monarch would be of great help to his lineage. Hence, he did not want Jiang Su to offend Jiang Ming because of this. "Wait." Jiang Ming's lips curled up slightly as he signaled for the three immortal monarchs to shut up. He then looked at Ningqi and said with a smile, "You look unfamiliar. Did you just advance to immortal monarch recently?" "Yes." Ningqi nodded. "Looks like you're not that old. Are you interested in becoming my disciple?" Jiang Ming said with a smile. The three immortal monarchs' expressions immediately turned ugly. Ningqi was the junior of one of them, which meant that he was also Jiang Yu's junior. Not only did Jiang Ming snatch Jiang Yu's cave, but he also wanted to recruit Ningqi. The few personal disciples behind Jiang Ming exchanged glances and looked at Ningqi with a hint of enmity. There were only so many resources. If one more person came to share the cake, they would be the ones losing out. However, since Jiang Ming had spoken, they naturally did not dare to disagree. "Yes, I'm not interested," Ningqi said. Jiang Ming's expression changed slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. When the other direct disciples behind him saw this, they immediately revealed gloating expressions. He knew his master's temperament. Jiang Ming's words had completely offended his master. Even if he changed his words later, it would be impossible for him to become Jiang Ming's disciple. Jiang Ming's disciple. I can't sense the aura of the heavenly Tao brand from you. Who exactly are you? Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly turned cold. He couldn't sense the aura of the heavenly Tao brand? When the immortal monarchs heard this, they instinctively used their divine wills to scan Ningqi. Then, their expressions turned solemn. This was the first time they encountered such a thing. Previously, they had never seen anyone without the heavenly Tao brand in the Heaven Tao Pavilion. "Sai, you didn't come earlier or later. You just had to come at this time. That's why I said that the path of cultivation also depends on luck. Even if you're extremely talented and have reached a realm that ordinary people can't reach, you'll still have to kneel if you're unlucky." Ningqi sighed. What is he talking about? Everyone was getting more and more confused. However, Jiang Ming sensed something unusual. He suddenly waved his hand to set up a restrictive spell and sneered at Ningqi. "No matter who you are, No matter what method you use to sneak into the Jiang family's grotto heaven, you won't be able to leave today. Restrictive spell? Haha, that's great. Ning Qi looked up. The restrictive spell that Jiang Ming had set up was very strong. At least, one with the cultivation of an immortal monarch would not be able to break through it. However, at the same time, such a restrictive spell could also prevent the aura from leaking out. Be quiet. Ning Qi took out the Elder Supreme Lord Elixir Furnace and reminded him. Then, the fire qilin flew out. As soon as it appeared, Jiang Ming's expression changed drastically. This is the aura of the third step? Who exactly are you? A trace of fear flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes. The prey had suddenly turned into the hunter. This caught him off guard. You don't need to know. Ning Qi smiled. The fire qilin opened her mouth, and a surging sea of flames poured out. In an instant, the backyard became a sea of flames. Chapter 31-32. You sensed it? Ning Qi glanced at the fire qilin before looking at the dry well again. With his cultivation level, he couldn't sense any special aura from the dry well. However, the fire qilin was the spirit of the mystic realm and was at the third step. It was much stronger than him, so it was normal for it to be able to sense it. Yes. The fire qilin stood in front of the dry well and looked down. This is a passageway, but you need a key to open it. Otherwise, you can only open it by force when you reach the fourth step. I have the key. Go back to the elixir furnace first. The restriction set by the immortal emperor can't withstand your aura anymore. Ning Qi smiled. All right. The fire qilin gracefully kicked its limbs and flew back into the elixir furnace. Ning Qi put away the Laojun elixir furnace and took out the meteor pendant. In the next moment, a blue light gushed out of the meteor pendant and rushed into the dry well like a stream of water. Soon, there was a clear spring in the dry well. However, upon closer inspection, one could tell that it wasn't real spring water. Instead, it was formed by the blue energy. Ning Qi leaped into the clear spring without hesitation. His body seemed to be wrapped in a cool aura, which was very comfortable. A wave of sleepiness hit him immediately. Ning Qi was slightly shocked and immediately focused. As an immortal lord, he wouldn't feel sleepy even if he didn't sleep for the rest of his life. It was caused by the surrounding energy. He didn't know if he would get lost in it if he fell asleep. Jiang, you hadn't mentioned this before. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. On the second day, a martial emperor came to visit Jiang Ming. As a result, when he entered, he found traces of battle in the backyard. Jiang Ming and the others were all missing. This news was sealed by the martial emperor, and it was directly sent to the three elders, Jiang Tiance, Jiang Yuanshan, and Jiang Jianba. The three elders were in seclusion, but because of this matter, they came out of seclusion and came to investigate. Fire attribute power. Jiang Jianba said with a solemn expression. It's not simple. Jiang Yuanshan nodded. Jiang Ming and the others are really missing? We can't contact them at all? Jiang Tianche looked at the Jiang family's immortal emperor and frowned. Reporting to the old ancestor, he is indeed missing. The immortal emperor of the Jiang family said respectfully. He was actually very shocked. Who could kill an immortal emperor and many immortal monarchs silently under the eyes of the three elders? Could it be that person? Jiang Yuanshan suddenly looked at Jiang Tianche with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. She's still in seclusion. She won't attack our Jiang clan's disciples for no reason. Furthermore, her methods aren't of the fire attribute. Jiang Tianche's expression turned grave. Perhaps something has snuck into our Jiang family's grotto heaven. How is this possible? Jiang Yuanshan and Jiang Jianba looked at each other and shook their heads. They did not believe that anyone in this world could sneak into the Jiang family's grotto heaven so easily. The Heaven Dao Pavilion had been sealed. Even the disciples of the Heaven Tao could not return from the outside world, let alone someone who could sneak into the Heaven Tao pavilion. After entering the Jiang family grotto heaven, only a fourth-step existence could do that. However, if it was really a fourth-step existence, what was the other party's goal? What was the point of killing an immortal emperor of the Jiang clan? Everything was illogical. Check to see if anything special has happened recently, Jiang Tianche said plainly. Soon, the other clans also received the news. A search began in the Tiandao clan. When Jiang Suning heard about this, he became suspicious of Ningqi again. He reported his speculation to his superiors. Unfortunately, his speculation was not taken seriously. Instead, there was a new missing person. It was Jiang Su, who had just become an immortal lord. In the Ji family, the two Tai deacons who were guarding the catacombs also received the news. Could it be that the crazy woman was telling the truth? Did someone really sneak in? That's impossible. Maybe it's just a coincidence. It should be. The two of them looked at each other and tacitly stopped talking about this matter. This search lasted for several months, and then it was left unresolved. The disappearance of immortal Emperor Jiang Ming and the other immortal monarchs became an unsolved case. Some people speculated that immortal Emperor Jiang Ming obtained some kind of secret treasure, but he couldn't withstand the backlash, which led to their deaths on the spot. There were many similar theories circulating among the great emperors. No one suspected the well, including Jiang Tianche and the other two. Gulp, a few splashes suddenly appeared on the surface of a calm lake. Not long after, a figure leaped out of the lake. Ningqi looked around and found himself in the middle of a huge lake. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was very thick. When the pores on his body came into contact with the air, they opened up instantly. Thick spiritual energy automatically rushed into his pores. Imprisonment Dragon Elephant Technique, 8-9 Arcane Technique, 4 Spirits. Almost at the same time, his saint art sped up. The amount of spiritual energy he absorbed was more than 10 times more than before. The spiritual energy here is thicker than in the Tiandao clan. The reason why Jiang Yu could advance to the Emperor realm must have a lot to do with this secret realm. Ningqi thought to himself. Then, his expression turned cold. With a slight thought, Jiang Yu, who was suppressed in the creation domain, suddenly appeared in front of Ningqi. This is, Jiang Yu's face showed a trace of confusion. Then, he immediately realized where he was. It was impossible for him to forget this place. How did you get in? Jiang Yu looked at Ningqi with a pale face. Previously, he couldn't even return to the Heaven Tao pavilion. But not long after, Ningqi had already passed through the well and arrived here. Moreover, he didn't get lost in it. This was Jiang Yu's little trick. He purposely didn't warn Ningqi that when passing through the passage, he would feel a wave of sleepiness. If he fell asleep, he would get lost and couldn't return to the Grotto Heaven's secret realm. Jiang Yu didn't know where exactly he went. He had specially tested it with a few people. I have my ways. Why didn't you tell me that I would feel a wave of sleepiness when entering this place? What would happen if I fell asleep? Ningqi smiled. Jiang Yu laughed awkwardly. I forgot to tell you. Even if I fell asleep, nothing would happen. Oh, then when I go back, I'll knock you out and bring you back with me, Ningqi said calmly. Jiang Yu's expression changed. But since he had already said it, he was afraid that he would be beaten to death by Ningqi. He could only take it one step at a time. Chapter 31-33. God Luo Mystic Realm. This wasn't a name that Jiang Yu had given it. Instead, this mystic realm had existed since ancient times. In this mystic realm, other than mortals, existences with a little bit of cultivation would know that the world they lived in was actually a part of God Luo world. Due to some reason, it had been separated. For those at the third step to return to the God Luo world, there was only one way, ascension. But over the years, there were very few existences that successfully ascended to the Shunluo world. Only when one's cultivation reached the fourth step would they trigger a heaven's retribution. Those that survived the heaven's retribution would ascend to the Shunluo world. Different from the celestial world, although God Luo mystic realm was just a corner of God Luo world, there were hundreds of races. Every race had different powers. The immortals here weren't called the celestial race, but the human race. Even immortal emperors, ancient transformation cultivators, and even third-step cultivators were considered humans. The term celestial race didn't exist in God Luo mystic realm. In the human race, there were the 3 sacred grounds, 5 major sects, and 9 great dynasties. These 17 forces were the top forces in the human race. However, there were strong and weak forces among them. The 3 sacred grounds were the leaders, the 5 major sects were second, and the 9 great dynasties were slightly weaker. Other than these 17 forces, the rest were first-rate and second-rate forces. Sacred Jiang sect, which Jiang Yu had created, was only considered a second-rate force among the human race. First-rate forces had ancient transformation cultivators. The 3 sacred grounds, 5 major sects, and 9 great dynasties had true third-step cultivators, which were Dao querying realm cultivators. Similarly, God Luo mystic realm had so many powerful cultivators, and its resources were much richer than in the celestial world. Many immortal herbs and spiritual medicines that were extinct in the celestial world existed in God Luo mystic realm, and they were very cheap. So this mystic realm is a corner of God Luo world. Ning Qi smiled at Jiang Yu. If this guy hadn't obtained the passage to enter this mystic realm, he probably wouldn't have been able to break through to Emperor realm. Merely the strength of the human race was stronger than the entire immortal dimension, yet the strength of the human race was at the bottom in the God Luo mystic realm. Most of the races were much stronger than the human race. Thus, God Luo mystic realm was much stronger than the celestial world, let alone the real God Luo world. You possess the heart of the demon ancestor. The God Luo mystic realm is not even worth mentioning in your eyes. Only the God Luo realm is the true holy land for cultivation. Jiang Yu said, "You don't have to test me anymore. I've already absorbed the demon ancestor's heart. It's gone." Ning Qi smiled. When Jiang Yu heard this, his expression turned extremely ugly. He had never given up on the heart of the demon ancestor in Ning Qi's hands, especially now that his cultivation had been destroyed and he was only in the human immortal stage. Even if he returned to the Heaven Dao Pavilion, the ancient transformation realm elders might not be able to help him. The heart of the demon ancestor was the only fourth. Only the divine item left behind by Bujunren could help him recover his cultivation. If he could open the passageway to the Shunluo world, it would be akin to reaching the heavens in a single step. Because the cultivation speed in the Shunluo world would be countless times faster than in the celestial world. Even if one were to start cultivating from the beginning, those with good aptitude would be able to reach the Emperor realm in 100 or 200 years. The gap between this place and the immortal world was simply incalculable. There are Dao querying realm cultivators in the divine Luo world. There are even perfected Dao querying realm cultivators. However, the human race doesn't seem to have such experts. Even if I have the fire Qilin, I have to be careful, Ning Qi thought to himself. The human race in front, please stop. This place has been sealed by the Heavenly Bull tribe. A few days later, Ning Qi had just flown out of the lake with Jiang Yu when they were stopped by a group of cultivators. Each of these cultivators was more than 10 feet tall and looked like small giants. They looked very different from the human race. They had the head of a bull and the body of a human. On their heads there was a pair of beautiful white jade-like horns. The Heavenly Bull tribe? Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly as he sized them up. This group of cultivators from the heavenly bull tribe was equivalent to a primordial unity perfected immortal. There were about 70 to 80 of them. In the celestial world, only a powerful planet like the Azura planet would have so many primordial unity perfected immortals at once. Ningqi and Jiang, you were not the only ones who were stopped. There were also many cultivators from the human race and some cultivators from the foreign race. When they saw that it was the heavenly bull tribe who were blocking their way, they turned around and left resentfully. There were also some who were more powerful and stayed behind to find out the reason for the heavenly bull tribe. Why did they seal this place? Brother, if we want to go to the great wilderness, this is the only way. If we take a detour, not only will it take several times more time, it will also be very dangerous. I wonder what happened in front. Why did they seal this place? How long do they need to seal this place for? A human cultivator clasped his hands at the other party. Ningqi discovered that the strength of this human cultivator was many times stronger than this group of cultivators from the heavenly bull tribe. He was already an early-stage immortal monarch. In the celestial world, which immortal monarch would be so polite to a group of primordial unity immortals? One could very well imagine that the strength of the heavenly bull tribe should be extraordinary. Go, go, go. Don't ask too much. These things are not for you humans to ask. The seniors of my tribe are just ahead. If any of you want to force your way in, I won't stop you. A primordial unity immortal of the heavenly bull tribe impatiently waved his hand at the human immortal monarch. He wasn't polite at all just because the other party was an immortal monarch. Ningqi could faintly see a trace of disdain in their eyes. The human immortal lord chuckled and glanced at Ningqi. Although he shut his mouth, he did not choose to leave. Instead, he turned and flew dozens of miles away, planning to stay and watch the show. Let's take a detour as well. The strength of the heavenly bull clan is not to be underestimated. Jiang Yu asked Ningqi. Ningqi smiled. You introduced the human race to me before, but you didn't explain the other races in detail. Now, can you tell me how strong the heavenly bull race is? Why is my race's immortal lord so polite to their primordial unity immortal? There are 108 races in the god Luo mystic realm, and the strongest races are known as the sacred race. They are the dragon race, the demon race, and the three-eyed race. These three sacred races all have existences at the perfected Tao querying realm. Legend has it that many of their ancestors ascended to the god Luo world. Jiang Yu looked at the heavenly bull tribe and said slowly, Ascend to the divine Luo world? According to what Jiang Yu said earlier, they were all existences that had stepped into the fourth step. In this way, the number of fourth step cultivators that appeared in the god Luo mystic realm was indeed much more than the celestial world. Ningqi said faintly, Continue. Apart from the three sacred races that transcend the world, the remaining races have a ranking. This ranking is called the 100 Races list. In fact, apart from the three sacred races in the god Luo mystic realm, there are still 105 races left. However, the ranking only records 100 of them. The heavenly bull race is ranked 17th. A large race has a late-stage Tao querying realm existence. Not just one. Jiang Yu said. Ningqi's eyes flashed with enlightenment. No wonder that human immortal lord was so polite to this group of primordial unity immortals. What about the human race? What's our ranking? Ningqi asked. Chapter 31-34. No ranking? That would be a little awkward. Ningqi was startled. He didn't expect that in God Luo world, the human race would be at such a disadvantage while the dragon race, monster race, and three-eyed race would be so strong and become the three great saint races. Speaking of the three-eyed race, Ningqi remembered that the system seemed to have a bloodline exchange for this race. He had exchanged this bloodline for Elder Gene before. Let's go. We'll take a detour. Ning Qi glanced at the group of Heavenly Bull race cultivators and said to Jiang Yu. The Sky Bull tribe had a late-stage Dao querying realm cultivator. There was no need for him to start a feud with them just for the right to travel. Just as the two of them were about to take a detour, a loud noise suddenly came from the front, followed by a few angry roars. Do not let the heavenly flame essence escape. Stop it. A ball of flame, as if it had intelligence, broke through the air in the direction of Ning Qi and Su Li, and there seemed to be a few cultivators of Heavenly Bull clan with a height of 20 meters behind it. These few Heavenly Bulls all had the strength of immortal monarchs. The group of primordial immortals who had stopped Ning Qi earlier flew into the sky with a panicked look on their faces, planning to surround the Heavenly Fire Essence. So, the Heavenly Bull race discovered the Heavenly Fire Essence. No wonder they sealed this place. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. Many cultivators who were stopped came to a sudden realization and looked at the Heavenly Fire Essence with a hint of passion in their eyes. However, because of the existence of the Sky Bull tribe, they didn't dare to attack. The Heavenly Bull tribe was very vengeful. Whoever stole their things was bound to become enemies. Even within the Heavenly Bull tribe, there was a division of forces. The Heavenly Bull tribe in front of them might not be very strong. They might only be a third-rate force within the Heavenly Bull tribe, but no human race dared to offend them. Not even the direct descendants of the Great Dynasty would do such a thing. Bei Xian, the essence of heavenly fire is beneficial to my cultivation. If I consume it, I might be able to reach the middle stage of the Dao querying realm within 100 years. The Fire Qilin's voice suddenly sounded in Ning Qi's ears. There was a hint of anticipation in her pleasant voice. Reaching the middle stage of the Dao querying realm within 100 years? Really? This ball of flame has such a strong effect? Ning Qi was surprised. If the heavenly fire essence was so powerful, why would the other party only send a few immortal monarchs? Even the cultivation of Dao-seeking realm existences could be raised, so it would only be reasonable for ancient transformation realm existences to make a move, right? After expressing his doubts, the Fire Qilin's voice sounded a little anxious. The heavenly flame essence is only effective for our Qilin race. Where you are, there is no Qilin race at all. How can you show its value? It's about to fly over. Fine. Ning Qi's eyes turned cold and he directly took out the Grand Supreme Lord Pill Furnace. Since this ball of heavenly fire essence had such a strong effect on the Fire Qilin, allowing her to advance a minor realm in 100 years, it was worth it to offend the Heavenly Bull tribe. After all, the difference between a minor realm in the Dao querying realm and a major realm in the second step might be even greater. The Fire Qilin let out a long roar and flew out of the cauldron. It swallowed the heavenly flame essence in one gulp and then flew back into the cauldron with a satisfied expression. It said to Ning Qi, I will enter a deep slumber for the next 100 years and will not be able to help you. Ning Qi. The Heavenly Bull cultivators. Jiang Yu, damn it! You human cultivator, how dare you snatch the things of the Heavenly Bull tribe? You deserve to die. The few immortal lords of the Heavenly Bull tribe who followed closely saw the Fire Qilin swallow the heavenly flame essence with their own eyes. However, they could not see the cultivation level of the Fire Qilin. They only knew that the Fire Qilin was released by Ning Qi. All of them glared at Ning Qi furiously. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Tai immortals of the Heavenly Bull tribe moved and surrounded Ning Qi and Jiang Yu. Are you courting death? Hurry up and return the heavenly flame essence to them. A trace of fear flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. What a joke. Even if he moved the Tiandao family here, they would only be equivalent to a first-rate force in the human race. Compared to the Heavenly Bull tribe, it was like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Not to mention that he was only a human immortal now, even if he had his peak Emperor realm cultivation, he would not dare to offend the Heavenly Bull tribe. If he offended them, he would definitely die unless he was a Tao-querying realm cultivator. How can those two human cultivators be so bold? One of them seems to be very weak. He's only a human immortal. Oh no, let's go further away. Don't be implicated by them. If the Heavenly Bull Tribe cultivators vent their anger on us, we won't be able to get away with it today. That demon beast covered in flames just now looks a little familiar. It should be a soul beast refined by the soul-refining demonic sect. Even the number 1 Titan celestial clan would not dare to enslave demons. The cultivators who had wanted to see what the Heavenly Bull Tribe was up to immediately retreated a few hundred li when the fire Qilin swallowed the heavenly flame essence. They stood far away in the sky and looked over. Kill the two of them and snatch the heavenly flame essence back. The immortal lord of the Heavenly Bull Tribe roared. Ning Qi sighed softly when he saw the situation. It seemed like there was no turning back. Since he had offended them, he might as well offend them thoroughly. Immortal Execution Sword Array, rise. The 4 immortal execution swords broke through the sky and floated around Ning Qi. A shocking sword intent swept out. Before the dozens of Primordial Unity Heavenly Bull Tribe cultivators could react, they were already killed on the spot. After killing all the Primordial Unity Heavenly Bull Tribe cultivators, the 4 immortal execution swords once again flew towards those immortal lord. A few immortal lords of the Heavenly Bull Tribe rushed over. There was no suspense. In just a few breaths, they didn't even have time to send out a distress signal before they were killed on the spot by the 4 immortal execution swords. What sword array is this? Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with a strange light, but he was no longer in the mood to think about it. 4 immortal lords of the Heavenly Bull Tribe and 80 Primordial Unity Heavenly Bull Tribe cultivators were all killed by Ning Qi. This had completely offended the Heavenly Bull Tribe. Jiang Yu didn't know whether he should be happy or afraid. He was happy that Ning Qi had offended the Heavenly Bull Tribe. As long as he didn't choose to return to the immortal world now, he would have to face the Heavenly Bull Tribe's condemnation. It was very likely that the Heavenly Bull Tribe wouldn't even need to do anything. But if Ning Qi died, he believed that he wouldn't be able to live. Ning Qi would definitely kill him before he died. Let's go. Chapter 31-35. Ning Beixian, you're finished. You've offended the Heavenly Bull race. You can only pray that the Heavenly Bull race isn't strong. As long as someone in their race is related to a third-step cultivator of the Heavenly Bull race, even the 3 sacred lands, 5 sects, and 9 dynasties can't protect you. The Heavenly Bull race will chase you to the end of the world. Hai Jiao. Jiang Yu muttered as he was grabbed by Ning Qi and flew towards Xingzong Jiang. Don't worry. You won't live alone even if I die. Ning Qi replied plainly. Jiang Yu's expression changed. Then, he growled angrily, Are you crazy? Why would you offend the Heavenly Bull race for a ball of heavenly fire essence? Is this how you got to where you are now in the immortal world? He suddenly felt that it was unjust for him to be suppressed by Ning Qi and have his cultivation crippled. Given Ning Qi's methods, he was really lucky to be able to live until now. What do you know? Ning Qi glanced at Jiang Yu mockingly. Even if he knew that he would offend the Heavenly Bull race, as long as the Fire Qilin could reach the middle stage of the Tao Querying Realm within 100 years with the help of this ball of heavenly fire essence, everything would be worth it. The stronger the Fire Qilin was, the stronger he would be. After all, the two of them had signed a life and death pact. However, Ning Qi hadn't expected the Fire Qilin to sleep for 100 years. Luckily, he had a top-grade cultivation training ground that could shorten 100 years to 3 months in the outside world. At the same time, he could recover the cooldown of the immortal slaying gourd. I don't know? As an immortal emperor, I don't know that the heavenly bull race can't be offended? Jiang Yu laughed in anger. Remember, you're no longer an immortal emperor. You're just a human immortal. There's still a long way to go. You have to recover your meridians first. Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Yu's expression turned cold. Secondly, the one that swallowed the heavenly fire essence was the fire Qilin. You know about Qilin, right? Oh, looking at you, you obviously haven't heard of it. It's a very powerful race. How should I put it? Let me give you an example. The Qilin race should be countless times stronger than the 3 sacred clans in the god Luo mystic realm. After all, they are all spirits of the mystic realm. You should know about them, right? Ning Qi continued to smile. A trace of astonishment flashed across Jiang Yu's eyes. That flaming monster was the spirit of the secret territory? How is this possible? I've only been suppressed for a few hundred years, and he already obtained a spirit of the arcane realm? Rumor has it that when the secret realm spirits are born, most of them are at the 3rd step. Jiang Yu looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. It seems like you know the meaning of the spirit of the mystic realm. Then, let me tell you again. That ball of heavenly fire essence just now allowed my good friend, Qilin, to advance from the early stage Dao querying realm to the mid-stage Dao querying realm. Do you think I should offend the heavenly bull clan? Ning Qi smiled as he slowed down and looked around. This was a very secluded mountain range with very few people. From the initial stage of the Dao querying realm to the middle stage of the Dao querying realm, Jiang Yu was extremely shocked. Even the 3 sacred grounds, 5 major sects, and 9 dynasties of the human race did not have a mid-stage Dao querying realm existence. If Ning Qi was not lying, then the strength that Ning Qi possessed had probably surpassed the entire human race in the god Luo mystic realm. If Ning Qi was willing to reveal the existence of the fire Qilin, the human race would definitely be able to enter the 100 races ranking. The races at the bottom of the 100 races ranking would also have a mid-stage Dao querying realm existence. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu's lips moved slightly. Just as he was about to say something, Ning Qi waved his hand and took him into the creation territory, suppressing him under a mountain once again. Jiang Yu could not help but let out an extremely humiliated howl. After suppressing Jiang Yu, Ning Qi looked around and smiled before entering the top-notch cultivation training ground. Patriarch, the 4 immortal lords and 88 grand unity immortals that we sent out were all killed by a human race cultivator. Apart from that, the heavenly fire essence was also taken away by that human race cultivator. A 3-zhang tall sky bull race cultivator with emperor realm cultivation came to a cave and cupped his hands towards a dark place. 2 green lights suddenly lit up in the dark place. In reality, they were 2 extremely huge eyeballs. Just the eyeballs alone were much bigger than the 3-zhang tall heavenly bull clan cultivator in front of him. Is the human race so daring now? How dare they attack our heavenly bull clan? Which human race force is in charge of that place? A hoarse voice was heard. The human forces he spoke of were the 3 saint lands, the 5 great sects, and the 9 great dynasties. Besides them, the other human forces could not even be considered as forces in his eyes, and they could at most be considered as a pile of loose sand. It's the force of the Saint Virtue dynasty, one of the 9 dynasties. Then let the Saint Virtue dynasty capture those 2 human race cultivators. Give them half a year. If I don't see those 2 daring humans within half a year, I'll let the Saint Virtue dynasty compensate me with a Shenluo stone mine. Shenluo stone mine? The Heavenly Bull clan's Emperor Realm cultivator was slightly startled. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Yes, Patriarch. I'll send someone to the Saint Virtue dynasty to notify you. The value of a Shenluo stone load was much higher than a heavenly flame essence. He didn't think that such a bad thing could turn into a good thing. In this case, He would rather the Saint Virtue dynasty not find the whereabouts of the two human cultivators so that they could have a Shunluo stone load for free. The Saint Virtue dynasty. As one of the 9 dynasties of the human race, the Saint Virtue dynasty's territory was extremely vast. Not only was the Saint Virtue dynasty powerful, but the current Sacred Lord was an early-stage Tao-seeking ancestor. There were also a dozen ancient Transformation Realm cultivators and hundreds of Emperor Realm cultivators. At the same time, there were countless first-rate forces and second-rate forces under their command. If the Saint Virtue dynasty mobilized troops, they could probably gather at least 40 ancient Transformation Realm cultivators. If such a huge force was placed in the celestial world, the Tiandao clan would immediately pale in comparison. On this day, a primordial unity Heavenly Bull clan cultivator from the Saint Virtue dynasty casually walked into the palace of the Saint Virtue dynasty and met the current Sacred Lord of the Saint Virtue dynasty. On both sides of the palace stood the civil and military officials of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Their gazes all fell on the primordial unity Heavenly Bull clan. "I'm Wu Qifeng of the Yellowbell tribe of the Heavenly Bull clan. I've come with an order from our patriarch." The primordial unity Heavenly Bull clan gave a perfunctory salute to the Sacred Lord on the dragon throne. Recently, 2 human cultivators from the Saint Virtue dynasty slaughtered dozens of our Yellowbell tribe members. Please hand them over within half a year. Otherwise, we'll have to compensate you with a Shunluo stone mine. With that, the primordial unity Heavenly Bull clan gave another perfunctory salute and left. His words were like a bomb that exploded in the imperial court. The civil and military officials all showed a trace of anger. "Sacred Lord, the Yellowbell tribe's patriarch is only an ancient Transformation Realm cultivator. How dare he be so arrogant?" an old man said angrily. He was also an ancient Transformation Realm cultivator, and he might even be a bit stronger than the patriarch of the Yellowbell tribe. Chapter 31-36. Sacred Lord, I'll go. A young official stepped forward and cupped his hands. Although he looked young, he wore a purple robe and had an extraordinary aura. He was the youngest ancient Transformation Realm existence in the Saint Virtue dynasty. Since the Marquis of Divine Courage has asked, we won't fight with him. The other ancient Transformation Realm existences looked at the young man and said with a smile, "Well, then I'll leave this matter to the Marquis of Divine Courage. I hope he won't disappoint me. A Shunluo stone mine is much more important than a heavenly fire essence and 2 human cultivators." The Sacred Lord of the Saint Virtue dynasty said lightly, "I'll personally send those 2 to the Yellowbell tribe of the Sky Bull tribe within half a year." The Marquis of Divine Courage cupped his hands and left the hall. "Don't worry, Sacred Lord. With the Marquis of Divine Courage taking action, this matter will be foolproof." But this time, the Yellowbell tribe was so rude and only sent a grand unity to see the Sacred Lord. "We can't swallow this anger," an ancient Transformation Realm existence said. "Since ancient times, the human race has been declining. Even in the Divine Luo realm, where thousands of races coexist, the human race is not ranked. If we want to get out of this predicament, we can only wait for the right time." The Sacred Lord of the Saint Virtue dynasty smiled and left. "Farewell, Sacred Lord." Seeing this, everyone knew it was time to leave. 3 months later, Ningqi returned to the Divine Luo mystic realm. The immortal slaying gourd's cooldown had been restored, and the Fire Qilin had successfully advanced to the mid-stage Dao querying realm. Ningqi hadn't expected the Fire Qilin's advancement to be so smooth. He had thought that even if a Dao querying realm existence broke through a small realm, there would be a terrifying phenomenon. However, the Fire Qilin had only slept for 100 years. After waking up, its aura was completely different and several times stronger than before. More than 10 times stronger. Ningqi shared a bond with her, so the feeling was the most obvious. After the fire Qilin broke through, Ningqi asked if she could break through to the late-stage Dao querying realm with a few more heavenly fire essences. The fire Qilin's answer surprised Ningqi. It turned out that she could advance not because of the terrifying energy contained in the heavenly fire essences, but because of the heavenly fire essences. If he wanted to easily advance again, he would have to swallow different kinds of flame essences, but ordinary flame essences were useless. He needed to have at least one level higher than the heavenly flame essence. This was also one of the innate talents of the fire Qilin. Qilins of other attributes had other shortcuts, and no Qilin would be completely the same. Almost all of them were unique existences. For example, if a fire Qilin like her had been born in the world, it meant that there would not be a second fire Qilin in the Qilin clan. Now that the fire Qilin had advanced to the middle stage of the Dao querying realm, it was of great help to Ningqi. It was equivalent to Ningqi's strength rising to another level. At least, he didn't have to be afraid of any power in the human race of the divine net realm. After all, the strongest in the human race was only at the initial stage of the Dao querying realm. In the wasteland, in front of the mountain gate of sacred Jiang sect, 4 figures broke through the air one after another. "This is the place," Jiang Yu said with an ugly expression. Sacred Jiang sect was single-handedly established by him. Although he had recruited quite a number of rogue cultivators and only had a few personal disciples, no matter what, it could be considered as his true nest. Even the Tiandao clan could not compare to his nest. But now, he had returned to sacred Jiang sect, but he had become a human immortal. Homesickness, but he was the opposite. "Young master, is the mistress inside?" Little Yuanzhua Ling looked at sacred Jiang sect curiously and sent a voice transmission. "If there are no surprises." Ningqi nodded slightly. He didn't hide the purpose of his visit from the 2 girls. At this moment, Jiang Yu suddenly frowned. Why isn't there anyone guarding the mountain gate? Usually, there would be Xian immortal disciples guarding the mountain gate. "I can feel the sounds of fighting inside. It seems like you haven't been here for too long, and someone has come to bully you." Ningqi smiled. Just as he finished speaking, a few loud sounds came from within sacred Jiang sect, followed by an angry roar. Jiang Yu's expression changed slightly as anger flashed in his eyes. He wasn't just angry that someone dared to behave atrociously in sacred Jiang sect. He was also angry that his cultivation was so low that he couldn't even sense it. Ningqi's smile once again made him feel humiliated. A battle was taking place in front of Xingzongjiang's palace. Xingzongjiang's side was at a complete disadvantage, while the other side had an absolute advantage because they had an Emperor Realm existence. At this moment, the Emperor Realm existence was smiling as he stood in the void, watching the battle in front of him. He had no intention of interfering. "Give up. Jiang Yu hasn't appeared for so many years. He probably died from qi deviation. Why are you guys struggling for him? Why don't you bring sacred Jiang sect and merge with my ancestral nether court?" The Emperor Realm expert suddenly said. "If you don't surrender, only death awaits you. Surrender! Surrender!" The cultivators of ancestral nether court roared. The immortal monarchs of sacred Jiang sect who were struggling looked at each other and suddenly stopped. They bowed to the immortal emperor and said, "We are willing to bring sacred Jiang sect and merge with ancestral nether court. Please show mercy, ancestral nether court lord." The other cultivators of sacred Jiang sect saw that the elders whose strength was second only to the sect lord had already surrendered. There was no meaning for them to continue persisting, so they all stopped. But everyone's expressions were not very good. Sacred Jiang sect was a second-rate faction, and Ancestral Nether Courtyard was also a second-rate faction. In the past, when Jiang Yu was around, Sacred Jiang sect was still a level stronger than Ancestral Nether Courtyard. Whenever there was any conflict, sacred Jiang sect's disciples would usually have the upper hand. But now, because Jiang Yu had not appeared for so many years, the ancestral Nether Court Lord had suddenly led the cultivators of ancestral Nether Court to attack sacred Jiang sect. Originally, the two factions were evenly matched, but now they were going to merge with ancestral Nether Court. It was equivalent to the destruction of a country. I don't agree. A woman suddenly spoke. Her expression was stubborn. Sacred Jiang sect was founded by Master with great difficulty. How can we just give it away? All of you have received the grace of the sect Lord in the past to have your current cultivation. You don't want to fight to the death for sacred Jiang sect, but join ancestral Nether Court? If the sect Lord returns, how are you going to explain yourself? The ancestral Nether Court Lord frowned. An immortal monarch elder of sacred Jiang sect hurriedly said, Ancestral Nether Court Lord, this woman is Jiang Yu's personal disciple, Jiang Fian. Other than her, Jiang Yu has a few other personal disciples. As long as we kill all of them, sacred Jiang sect will be able to unite and merge with ancestral Nether Court. At the same time, the expressions of several faces changed greatly. Chapter 31-37. Who is that? Everyone looked at Ning Qi, who had suddenly blocked the killing blow for Jiang Fian, with slight surprise. However, their attention was immediately focused on the other three figures, or rather, Jiang Yu. Sect Master. The disciples of Sacred Sect of Jiang looked at Jiang Yu excitedly. The immortal lord who had just surrendered to the ancestral Nether Courtyard and then attacked Jiang Fian turned pale. He subconsciously looked at the ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord. We don't need to surrender anymore. The sect master is already back, and we will beat the ancestral Nether Courtyard out soon. The disciples of Sacred Sect of Jiang gradually became excited, and when they looked at the ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord and the others again, there was a hint of killing intent in their eyes. Jiang Yu. The ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord frowned, as if he was also surprised by Jiang Yu's sudden appearance, but then he was even more shocked. Human immortal? Jiang Yu, how did your cultivation fall to the human immortal realm? The ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord suddenly laughed. Ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord, you should worry about yourself first. Jiang Yu said coldly. Human immortal? Everyone was shocked by the ancestral Nether Courtyard Lord's words, and they all looked at Jiang Yu. Immediately, both the cultivators of the ancestral Nether Courtyard and the disciples of Sacred Sect of Jiang Yu found something strange. They had indeed smelled a trace of the aura of a human immortal from Jiang Yu. Even the disciple with the lowest cultivation could clearly sense this. The disciples of Sacred Sect of Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically, from disbelief, shock, elixirs, and ecstasy. The immortal lords who had surrendered to the ancestral Nether Courtyard heaved a long sigh of relief, and then a hint of ecstasy flashed in their eyes. They had been afraid that Jiang Yu would come after them, but now that Jiang Yu had only the cultivation of a human immortal, he had become an ant that they could crush at any time. What was there to be afraid of? Sect Master, did you encounter a powerful enemy in these years and was seriously injured, causing your cultivation to fall from the Emperor realm? An immortal Lord Elder of Sacred Sect of Jiang Yu said with a smile. Actually, since you're injured, you shouldn't have come back. The Great Wilderness isn't a safe place. There are hundreds of sects, big and small. Even if the ancestral Nether Courtyard Master didn't come today, if the news of your fall in cultivation were to spread, my sacred Jiang sect would probably be torn apart and devoured. The other immortal monarch harumphed. His words caused the expressions of the disciples of sacred Jiang sect to change drastically. When they looked at Jiang Yu again, their gazes had already become extremely complicated. Those personal disciples who were originally ecstatic about Jiang Yu's return and were about to greet him were now looking at him with a strange expression. In the end, they did not greet him. Speak freely. The ancestral nether courtyard lord looked at this scene with a faint smile. His gaze would occasionally fall on Ningqi, but he did not care at all. One worldly immortal, 2 great circle Xian immortals, and 1 immortal monarch. These 4 added together were not even enough for him to take a breath. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. Jiang Fian finally came back to her senses and hurriedly cupped her hands towards Ningqi. She then immediately looked at Jiang Yu. Disciple Jiang Fian greets master. Jiang Yu forced a smile and nodded at Jiang Fian. Ningqi's gaze had been on Jiang Fian's face ever since he shattered the immortal monarch's attack. From time to time, he would scan her up and down. Many people noticed this. After greeting Jiang Yu, Jiang Fian also felt that Ningqi's gaze had been wandering around her body. She could not help but blush slightly and looked at Ningqi strangely. Senior, do you recognize me? Primordial unity. Thinking about it, the time you were taken away by Jiang Yu is not too long, but you can actually cultivate to the primordial unity realm. No wonder Jiang Yu wants to take you in as a disciple, Ningqi said with a sigh. Jiang Fian's eyes were filled with doubt. Taken away? What take away? When little Yuer and Zhua Ling heard Ningqi's words, they instantly reacted and looked at Jiang Fian in surprise. Could this be their mistress? Ningqi had seen the image of Wang Muting in the Wang family. At this moment, this Miss Jiang Fian looked exactly the same as Wang Muting, but their expressions were different. Wang Muting's expression was serene and dignified, while Jiang Fian had a chivalrous aura around her, making her look younger. Closer. Jiang Yu, you once said that only you can restore her memory. Do it. Ningqi smiled at Jiang Fian. Then his gaze fell on Jiang Yu as he said plainly. From the beginning to the end, Ningqi did not take the ancestral nether courtyard master seriously. My current cultivation is not enough, Jiang Yu's eyes flickered. Do you believe that I can kill you directly? If I get someone at the 3rd step to do it, won't they be able to restore her memory? Ningqi's face gradually turned cold. Restore her memory? What the hell was that? Everyone's gazes became increasingly strange, but they knew that the relationship between Ningqi and Jiang Yu was not what they had imagined at the beginning. Senior, what are you? Jiang Fian's expression gradually turned ugly because Ningqi's tone towards Jiang Yu was extremely disrespectful. You're not Jiang Fian, nor are you someone from the god Luo mystic realm. From the very beginning, Jiang Yu had erased your memories. He's not your master. If we really look at the relationship between the two of you, it would be more appropriate to say that you're enemies. Ningqi looked at Jiang Fian and said seriously. What? Jiang Fian looked at Ningqi in shock, and her gaze gradually changed because Ningqi was right about one thing. Indeed, she did not have any memories of her childhood. When she had her memories, she was already in sacred Jiang sect. In Jiang Yu's words, she was beaten until she lost her memories. Jiang Yu saved her and took her in as his personal disciple. However, the other party said that Jiang Yu had erased her memories? 5 breaths of time. I'll give you 5 breaths of time to consider. Ningqi looked at Jiang Yu and said indifferently. Ha, what a show. So this lady was forcefully taken back by you. The ancestral nether courtyard master suddenly laughed and looked at Jiang Yu mockingly. Shut up for now. I'll deal with you after I'm done with my matters. Ningqi looked at the ancestral nether courtyard master and said. The atmosphere became extremely quiet. The cultivators of the ancestral nether courtyard looked at Ningqi in shock. This was merely an immortal lord, but he actually wanted their courtyard master to shut up? The eyes of the ancestral nether courtyard master turned cold, and he looked at Ningqi. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Ningqi take out the old lord elixir cauldron. The fire Qilin walked out gracefully and stood beside Ningqi. A trace of the aura of the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm emanated from the fire Qilin. She was connected to Ning Qi's mind and knew what he intended to do. Therefore, this trace of aura was only targeted at the ancestral Nether Courtyard Master. The ancestral Nether Courtyard Master spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at the fire Qilin in disbelief. Tao querying realm? Chapter 31-38. In the vast human race, there were only over 20 Tao querying realm patriarchs. The 9 dynasties had one each, the 5 major sects had one each, and the rest were in the 3 sacred grounds. But the ancestral Nether Court Patriarch had suddenly vomited blood, and cried out the words Tao querying realm, while looking at the fire Qilin. How could they not guess the identity of the fire Qilin? As such, they looked at Ning Qi with fear in their eyes. The fire Qilin was obviously Ning Qi's mount. A Tao querying realm mount? What was Ning Qi's identity? Could Ning Qi not be human, but a genius from the 3 sacred races? Say, Senior, I was rude just now. Please forgive me. The ancestral Nether Court Patriarch bowed respectfully. He did not even dare to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing their own court patriarch so respectful, the cultivators of the ancestral Nether Court did not dare to be impudent. They all shut their mouths and looked at Ning Qi and the fire Qilin in shock and fear. All right, I'll do it. Jiang Yu looked at the fire Qilin and nodded with a defeated expression. He had wanted to buy time, but Ning Qi did not buy it at all. Based on his understanding of Ning Qi, this brute clearly knew what kind of existence the Sky Bull race was, but he still chose to offend them. He was afraid that Ning Qi would really disregard everything and directly kill him. If he killed him, then everything would be for naught. Master? Jiang Fian looked at Jiang Yu in disbelief. When Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, it also proved that everything Ning Qi had said was true. Jiang Fian did not want to believe that she had been living in a fake environment all these years, living a life set up by someone else. Without waiting for her to react, Jiang Yu suddenly waved his hand and something flew out from between Jiang Fian's brows. Before the lump could land on Jiang Yu's hand, Ning Qi had already grabbed it. In Ning Qi's palm, there was a fat worm wriggling continuously. This is the worm that sealed her memories. If you want it, I'll give it to you, Jiang Yu said awkwardly. With a flip of his hand, Ning Qi put away the insect, and his gaze landed on Jiang Fian. At this moment, whether it was the cultivators of the ancestral Nether Courtyard or the disciples of the sacred sect of Jiang, all of them were looking at Jiang Fian with different expressions. After the insect flew out from between her eyebrows, Jiang Fian's eyes gradually became confused. Only after the time it took to drink a cup of tea did her eyes regain a trace of clarity. Her eyes once again had a trace of focus. She swept her eyes over Jiang Yu, Jiang Xingzong and the others, little Yuer Zhualing and finally, her eyes fell on Ning. On Qi, Ning Qi, my son? Jiang Fian said uncertainly. Her current demeanor was completely different from before. It was as if she had become a completely different person. In other words, she could no longer be called Jiang Fian. She should be called Wang Muting. Hearing Wang Muting's words, everyone present was shocked. Jiang Yu stared blankly at Wang Muting and then at Ning Qi. Suddenly, a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. If he had known that Wang Muting and Ning Qi had such a relationship, he would not have acted so easily. At the very least, he would have used Wang Muting to find a way out for himself. This woman is actually his mother? The ancestral Nether Court Lord gasped in his heart. The immortal monarch who had almost slapped Wang Muting to death just now did not know what to say. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Jiang Yu had turned from an immortal emperor to a human immortal. He had stolen someone's mother, and now the child had come knocking on his door. Your memory has recovered? Ning Qi bowed respectfully. It should be recovered? Wang Muting's eyes became a little dazed again. Then, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She walked in front of Ning Qi and reached out to touch his face. To think that you have already grown so big. Where's your father? Have you found him? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. Wang Muting seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes suddenly dimmed. He should be gone? Mother, I will slowly tell you about these things in the future. Ning Qi sighed in his heart and said softly. All right, it's best if you tell me everything that has happened to you all these years. Oh, when I gave birth to you, I left you alone in the Champion Marquis residence. It must have been hard on you. Old Master Ning should be gone too, right? Wang Muting sighed. Old Master Ning is still alive. Ning Qi smiled. Still alive? That's good, that's good. If he had not accepted us mother and son, I'm afraid. Wang Muting muttered to herself. After a pause, Wang Muting suddenly looked at Jiang Yu. I remember you. You took away the opportunity that the ninth spirit obtained. You heavily injured the ninth spirit and brought me here. Jiang Yu kept his mouth shut. He knew that no matter what he said now, he would anger the other party. Only by keeping his mouth shut would he have a chance to live for a few more days. Mother, I still have use for this person. When this is over, I will hand him over to you. Ning Qi transmitted. Wang Muting nodded slightly and then rubbed her head. A look of pain flashed in her eyes. It seemed that the seal on her memory had just been unlocked and there was still a trace of aftereffects. Seeing this, Ning Qi waved his hand and suppressed Jiang Yu into the creation field again. He then looked at the ancestral Nether Court Lord. Senior, I am Lin Zio. I am willing to lead all the cultivators of the ancestral Nether Court to serve at your beck and call. Please take us in. The ancestral Nether Court Lord hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed. When the cultivators of the ancestral Nether Court heard this, they also lowered their heads and bowed. They did not reject the decision made by their court lord. The other party had a Dao Querying Realm mount, which was equivalent to a Dao Querying Realm cultivator. If they could serve at the beck and call of such a person, they would be the ones benefiting. I have something for you to do now. Ning Qi nodded lightly. Senior, please speak. The eyes of the ancestral Nether Court Lord flashed with joy. Sacred Sect Jiang. Ning Qi smiled and led Wang Muting, little Ur Anzuo Ling towards the direction of the Sect Lord Palace. The ancestral Nether Court Lord was slightly taken aback and then looked at the other disciples of Sacred Sect Jiang thoughtfully. After Ning Qi and the others entered the Sect Lord Palace, he suddenly waved his hand and instantly killed the few immortal lords of Sacred Sect Jiang. From today onwards, Sacred Sect Jiang no longer exists in this world. The ancestral Nether Court Lord smiled slightly. Kill! The cultivators of the ancestral Nether Court charged towards the cultivators of Sacred Sect Jiang excitedly. Hearing the sounds of fighting behind her, Wang Muting's expression did not change at all. Not long after, a faint smell of blood permeated the entire Sacred Sect Jiang. The millions of cultivators of Sacred Sect Jiang were almost all slaughtered by the ancestral Nether Court Lord. He walked into the palace with traces of blood that did not belong to him. His eyes first swept across the fire Qilin standing beside Ning Qi, then he respectfully half-knelt before Ning Qi and said, Senior, Sacred Sect Jiang has been annihilated. Very good. You will stay here from today onwards, Ning Qi said lightly. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.